combined meeting for February 10th, 2025, and it is 6:03 and 54 seconds. Can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can you read the roll call, please?
Councilmember Brusher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Poyer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
Clerk, can you read the adequate notice, please?
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, Desi Talk on November 18th, 2024, and posted in the Milwaukee Municipal Complex on that same date.
Okay. Council President's remarks. First, I want to, on behalf of the council, I want to apologize for the very short notice cancellation of the January 22nd meeting. This has not happened since I've been on council, that we have not had a quorum, and we were in a precarious position because we had two people who were on vacation and then two people got sick. I did not find out about the last cancellation due to illness until 4:30 that afternoon, which did not give us any time at all to inform and notify people. And so for those of you who were inconvenienced by this, I apologize on behalf of this council. We will make sure that when there's illness that we know a lot sooner than that. All right. Now, I want to talk about decorum, and I'm going to be reading this. It's very long, but it's important. While at the last meeting, this council successfully and unanimously rescinded the ban on the use of props during the public speaking time, I'm issuing an important reminder that very clear and strict decorum rules remain in place, including the fact that disruptions during the meeting will no longer be tolerated. In that respect, I failed at the last meeting to maintain order in this chamber, and as council president, I must own the fact that I allowed the subsequent disorder to take place. I want to sincerely apologize to all our valued township employees for letting you down. You deserve much better. Therefore, as such, while I am still on a learning curve in my new role, I'm addressing these failures with immediate remedial action, which is as follows. 1. When speaking on resolutions and ordinances, members of the public must address only these issues. Members of the public can speak on any topic they wish during oral petitions and remarks. We very much welcome your feedback. What will not, under any circumstances, be tolerated will be personal attacks, slander, harassment, intimidation, and any perceived threats or threatening behavior against members of council, BA, and any public safety or other department officials. Such behavior will be considered a disruption to a council meeting. This rule will also apply to members of the public who shout out of turn from the audience. 2. In addition, we ask that members of the public stay behind the black ribbon barrier at all times, as well as to respectfully not crowd around the podium when a member of the public is speaking. Please be advised that the following actions will be taken if the speaker or audience do not follow these rules of decorum. A. You will first be called out of order and asked to refrain from violating these rules of decorum. B. Refusal to do so will result in forfeiture of your speaking time and you'll be asked to be seated. For those in the audience speaking or shouting out of turn, you will be given a warning to stop. Failure to comply will result in removal from the chambers. C. Failing to comply with requests to cease from committing these decorum violations and failure to sit down will result in your being asked to leave council chambers. If you refuse to do so, police will escort you out. Please understand that I wish to avoid at all costs having police escort anyone out of the chambers, having to call a recess or early adjournment. But if all other options have failed, I won't hesitate to act on these measures. I simply want these meetings to run as smoothly as possible with respect for the public speakers and the issues of importance to them. And in return, your respect for members of the administration and council members so that we can carry on the important business at hand. The meeting of January 8th should have lasted 2 hours instead of 4 hours because the agenda was relatively light, but many disruptions unnecessarily added to the meeting time. I'm told by former council members that decorum rules were rarely an issue, and they shouldn't be. Sadly, a number of previously regular attendees at these council meetings have stopped coming because of their discomfort over the toxic atmosphere that has developed, which is extremely unfortunate, as their voices also need to be heard. In conclusion, I simply want to serve as council president presiding over council proceedings, not as a ringmaster of a circus. So I'm hoping to return to a more civil discourse, and we look forward to your partnership in achieving the goal of productive and effective meetings. Thank you. Okay. And the rules for decorum are posted in the back, and they're also located on the table in the back as well. One other item is that I've been getting some complaints that with the snow, a lot of people have not been shoveling sidewalks in front of their houses, and I believe that is an ordinance, or that is a law of this town, that you need to make sure the sidewalks are cleared in front of your house. So please do that. We expect some snow tomorrow, and just to do that for the courtesy of other people who are walking on the sidewalks. That would conclude my council president remarks. We now turn to resolutions of recognition, and I think we're going to actually start with the students because
Whereas Lori Cusciente, a senior of Edison High STEM Academy, combines her passion for technology and finance to drive impactful innovation. She developed the Therapos of physical therapy app using poise estimation for real-time feedback, winning first place at the Congressional App Challenge and presenting her work to Congress. Whereas she has secured seed funding from renowned competitions like the Diamond Challenge, Blue Ocean Competition, and Technology Renovation. She has attended the summer science program at Indiana University, conducting bioinformatics research on plasmic design, sequential modified analysis, and doctoral student studies for candidates inhabitant of CD14. She is also co-founder of the Team Quadro, leading her team to rank top 5 nationally at Robotic Cup on stage. She's published an introductory book in Hindi for underprivileged students in India. In the future, she aims to combine her interests in technology and entrepreneurship to create positive change. Now, therefore, be resolved in the Municipal Council of the Township of Edison that we honor and commend Barney for her exceptional accomplishments, her leadership in advancing STEM programs, and her outstanding contribution to the community in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Tanisha Dake is an ambitious and academically outstanding high school student with a deep passion for auto science and mechanical engineering. And whereas boasting an impressive weighted GPA of 5.62, she has excelled in a challenged curriculum, taking 9 AP courses and 12 honor classes. Her intellectual curiosity and dedication to innovation are evident in her accomplishments, including leading a team in the NASA Human Exploratory Rover Challenge. And whereas she's applied her skills in computer-aided design and metalworking to build a human-powered rover. Tanisha's leadership is showcased through her active involvement in organizations such as Junior Jet Propulsion Lab, the Aerotech team, and her role as captain of the Odyssey of the Mind team, where she fosters collaboration and creativity. And whereas beyond her school commitments, She is passionate about STEM education, teaching quantum computing through the Civil Air Patrol's AE STEM program. And she has dedicated her creativity, positive change extends to volunteer work, supporting rural communities in India, reflecting her empathy and global perspective. Now therefore be resolved by the Township of Edison that we hereby honor and commend Tanisha Day for her excellence, exceptional accomplishments, her leadership in advanced STEM programs, and her outstanding contributions to the community in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Whereas Sanjay Ravishankar, being a senior at the Edison Academy Magnet School, having a great passion for engineering aspect of STEM, and whereas Sanjay has served on his school councils for both Computer Science Club and Science Olympic, where he participated in competitions and informatics events for both middle and high school students. And president of his school's National Honor Society, he has found a great passion in using his skills to help others, so much that he even developed an app to help digitize his volunteering organizational records. And his passion and skills has driven him all the way to the New Jersey Institute of Technology, where Sanjay conducted research in robotics for civil engineering applications, where he studied digital VLSI design with MIT's Beaverworks Summer Institute, and was later recognized as MIT Think Scholars semifinalist. Where Sanjay has become a Rutgers MGM award winner. He now therefore be resolved that he hereby honored and commend Sanjay for his exceptional accomplishments, his leadership in advancing STEM programs, his outstanding contribution to the community in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Whereas Nadini Venkatesh is a senior Edison Academy Magnet School pursuing the electrical and computer engineering technology pathways, and where she's passionate about cybersecurity and has won the FBLA state level cybersecurity event. She's an active member of the WI STEM communities as well as COD with CLOSSY and has been recognized in NCWIT. She has a long outstanding interest in robotics, where she has pursued through research related to remote vehicles. And we're outside the STEM. Nadani enjoys public speaking and is the Director General of her Model United Nations chapter. And in her free time, she likes learning. Okay, I can't say that.
Bharatanatyam.
What is it?
Bharatanatyam.
Bharatanatyam, an Indian classic art form, and goes on hikes with her family. In the future, she hopes to computer science field. Whereas therefore we honor and commend Nadani for her excellence, accomplishments, advancing STEM programs, and her outstanding contributions to the community in the field of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to open this to public comment on these resolutions of recognition. Anyone from the public want to speak about that? Okay. Seeing none. I'm going to close the public portion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. And now we need a motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt. Second.
Okay. Roll call, please. Or do we need a roll call?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're going to take one for all.
Oh, we are.
Right?
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Pass comments at the end, please.
I think we should, well, it's usually motion to adopt and then council comments. If we're doing these, we are doing this at once, or can we do this split?
No, we want to do it.
Yeah,
So
let's
that's
do
you,
it
you want
split,
to
yes.
vote for every
Yeah,
resolution?
yes.
Okay, so this is on OB, which is,
This would be 077, right, 080 through 083.
if you want to do separately.
Come on. Let's just do it combined.
Combine would be really expedient.
Let's do it combined.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll call vote for.
Yeah.
Excuse me for interrupting. We're having an issue with the broadcasting, and just in case it's brought to your attention, we're working on
putting up the broadcasting. We're having an issue. Just wanted to let everybody know.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, if you can pause, because this is a proud moment for the parents, and if it is not broadcasted,
Council
it will not
President,
be fair.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilman Patil?
I think if it is, the broadcasting is not available, then I would request this council should go in recess for a short break until it is recovered. Because this is a proud moment for the parents, and they would like to see this on the television.
Council President, can we just check, because I think the broadcasting isn't happening, so it's not live, people can't see you at home now, but it's being recorded.
Correct. It's
So-
still being recorded.
So the whole thing will be recorded, so they'll be able to watch it on the Edison TV. I mean, or how in real time?
Not in real time.
Not in real time, you know? Yeah, because I asked about that, because I was kind of concerned that the parents are here, they're gonna want to see this. But yeah, so I mean, or if they can fix it in the next couple of minutes, you know, we can just wait a couple of minutes.
Does party have a rough estimate?
We can do,
All right, is council okay to continue? with
I
the-
think it's recorded, I think we should okay, right? We should, I'm okay to, if it is recorded.
it's being recorded according to
Okay.
council pressure.
All right, then let's move on.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Motion is adopted.
Council President?
Yes,
Could we comment at this time?
can we do what?
Or we skip council?
Yeah, yes, I was going to get to that. Okay, council comments on this resolution for these 4 excellent students.
I'd like to yield to Councilman Patil, who has a better vocabulary on some of the things that were discussed, and I can look good after he finishes.
The Councilman Coyle, we can go and present the resolution, but let the rest of the council member comment before we go.
You go first?
No, I will speak while presenting.
Okay, understood.
You and I can do that.
Same thing with you.
Any, yes,
Council President,
yes,
first and foremost, students, thank you for all your hard work and dedication. As my colleague said, and I like to think that I'm a little bit tech savvy. Some of those acronyms above my head. So kudos to you for understanding it. To Dory, in regards to therapodes, I think it's great in the sense of being able to recognize like a person's pose, to be able to like track it and make sure like I have scoliosis, right? So like seeing those types of adjustments and how over time that type of therapy assists in terms of realignment, I think will show value down the road. Tanisha, in regards to the rover challenge, like just being able to create a humanized like rover for control is insane to me. Sanjay, in regards to being able to digitize organizational records, look, from a township perspective, like we have records going back decades, so having that type of technology to be able to keep those records preserved and be probably likely to be able to be analyzed at a faster capacity than just paper format is going to be extremely beneficial to many organizations. And Nandini, in regards to cybersecurity, but we're in the age of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity is going to be a major item of concern across many different industries. So thank you all for all of your hard work. I look forward to seeing what you have to do in the future.
thank you, Vice President, Council Vice President, anyone else? Yeah, Councilman,
You guys are all brilliant, and I am so proud of you all. And I think that someone has said you should skate where the puck is going to be and not where the puck is. And I think you guys are clearly skating toward where the puck is going to be in the future, which is robotics, cybersecurity, exploring space, and essentially using the knowledge that you gain in school to challenge yourself further for the society. And I'm proud of you guys, and keep going. And I think you guys will do great things for the human civilization. Thank you.
a hockey metaphor, I like it. Okay, anyone else care to speak? Yes, Councilman Brescher?
Yes, listen, this is a nice day for you to get acknowledged for the hard work that you do. The resume that you're building now, I hope you just continue to do for the rest of your life. But these things that you're doing now, you know, speak volumes about Edison, about our community. And I believe it's important for the council or the schools, you know, when they acknowledge you for these things. That acknowledgement, I think, helps you later on in life and helps motivate you. And I hope that it does in a way that you guys truly succeed. I hope you don't forget about us once you leave here. Don't forget where you came from. Okay, we hope to see you come back. But congratulations for this evening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilman Brusher. Anyone else? Who's that? Yes, Councilman Chouelle.
Congratulations, it's a great honor. And it's amazing to see great role models in our town, to other students. And like my colleague said, we hope you continue and join us on this side in the near future.
Anyone else? Okay. Let me just add that what you're doing is so above my pay grade. It is just like, this is just amazing. And we are so proud of you. You make Edison proud, and you are what the future of Edison is all about. So we thank you for all that you're doing. We know that you're going to be rock stars in your fields. And we are so proud to have you here and to be able to recognize you. Thank you very much. Okay, did you want to present the resolution?
Yeah, we have the councilman calling us will join you.
Okay.
Gauri.
No, I'm not.
Ravishankar. I think the rest of the council should also join us. Thank you. Okay. Tanushree? Ravi? Venkatesh? Or Nick?
Yeah.
The last one, last but not least, Venkatesh. Parents, if you want to join to take one quick picture, please feel free, because this is your moment. Don't be shy, you can come on the right hand side, there will be numbers. Thank you. But just a few words. Yes, can you stay here? So
congratulations, you have reached the diamonds or the rare finds of Edison Township. You have put Edison on the map of the world. The way you are heading, the innovation in STEM, I've heard the AI, robotics, Python, and many more things. At this age, I don't think when I was at your age, I was probably playing or doing something silly. But what you are doing is you're putting your time and energy, making the community better. So your work will be recognized, and keep this doing good job. All the parents, thank you. Thank you for raising the bright students in Edison. Keep them pushing, not to the extreme end, but to pursue their interest. If there is any innovation opportunity that exists in Edison, we would love to support. And any support from this council, we will be always there for that. Again, congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations to your hard work and dedication. Two things, for the parents who may be pushing or maybe at idle with your children growing organically and through the process, we appreciate your hard work and dedication to make sure they do their best and are outstanding. For the time you put in, thank you. This is amazing what all you've accomplished. Don't ever let your age interrupt the will of your intelligence over someone older than you. If you work hard at one thing, you'll be great at it and be an expert. So just because you're dealing with someone above you or aside from you or a teacher or professor, if you've done your homework, make sure you let them know. Because it really comes down to the time you put in. And you can be an expert at one thing more than someone else. At a young age, I think many of us may have been challenged by someone older. That's not true today. You can certainly challenge someone with the knowledge you've learned today through all the opportunities that are out there, more than we've ever had. I've looked at this list of things you've accomplished and I'm amazed. And thank you for all the time you put in putting Edison forward. And last, please lift someone up in your world as you achieve. You have someone else below or aside from you to make sure you inspire them. Because you are a community leader, you're leading your school, people know it, and people want to know who you are. So do your best to invite other people into your world. Thank you, and congratulations. I think we have one public speaker out here, I at least saw. Do you want to say something? I can just hand you the microphone, you can hold it. Nothing, out of all four people. Do you want to text me something? I'm just kidding. All right, thank you. Good job, buddy. That's fair.
Yes, they do.
With regard to the other resolutions of recognition, I'm gonna use a different sports metaphor and make a scrimmage call here. Because Pat Massey, Sue O'Neill, and Lisa Krause are not able to come tonight, we are going to move that to the meeting, which, Cheryl, which meeting would that be? Would that be
Wednesday, the 26th.
so Wednesday the 26th, and hope that we can get all of them here. So we're just going to move that to the February 26th agenda. All right.
Council President?
Yes.
Just one brief comment. I want to thank my council colleague, Councilman Teal, for helping the clerk find all these students. As we were able to communicate with some, he had contacts to communicate with more. So thank you.
All right, we move on to number 6, new business, proposed ordinances, public hearing set down for Monday, February 26th. Actually, it's Monday is the 24th. It says set down for Monday, February 26th, yeah. So Is it for Wednesday, the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. Proposed ordinances, public hearing set down for Wednesday, February 26th. Any council comments on these ordinances?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patino?
just question, we are reverting the change, not just for the 6 minute, but also for the entire ordinance, that also reverted, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say again, repeat?
6 minutes plus restoring the reverted time, right?
I believe so. I know that's not written down here, but yes, I believe so. Yes, okay. Any other council comments?
Council President.
Yes,
I'm presuming that during the action, during the regular session, upon whatever motion is made, we would have opportunity to
Yes.
comment. I'll save my comments for
Okay.
time. Thank you, Council President.
anyone else for either ordinance 2243 or 2244? Okay, seeing none, go on to 7, the review of the minutes. Any comments on the review of the minutes? Okay, seeing none. Moving to number 8, the administrative agenda from Mayor Joshi. Appointment of Saket Chadavada to the Environmental Commission. Any comments?
Yeah, question.
Yes.
Is this just a plain mayor's appointment without council's consent?
Yes.
Then, let me ask you a question, why does it show up on our agenda?
It's here, it doesn't show on for a vote, just so you receive the communication.
Kind of an FYI.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yes.
I just want to say I know Sakita pretty well, and I'm very excited that he gets to be the Environmental Commission. We need a new generation to be more active, and I think he's a great representation of the new generation being active into the community. So I'm glad we have some new blood into the Environmental Commission. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, moving on to number 9, for the business administrator, A through I. Anything?
Yes, question. On I, these are lights, traffic lights, right?
Yes.
Okay. How do we determine that these traffic lights are needed, wanted? Like this, all of these are, well, basically, I can't leave my house without hitting a traffic light in the first quarter mile. Like New York City or New Brunswick or something. You don't have to go back to urbanization. You return the town from a suburban town into an urban town. And I've spoken about this, like on multiple occasions, where we end up putting a light in, and what that does is it diverts the traffic. Currently now on Tingley Lane, if you wanted to avoid a light, you could avoid a light. There's a light at one end of it, but now there's not going to be a light at the other end. So for you to get anywhere off of Tingley, you have to go through a light. I mean, I specifically moved here because it was suburban. The town is becoming urban. I don't know, so I'm wondering who made these decisions and why are they here? We just added a light on Warwick, then you know.
To Sonia, is this, was this traffic studies?
It indeed was. This was done extensively the last 2 years with our traffic division and recommendation from them. We then coordinated this with the county because it's on a county road. And we have to go through this process of this agreement. Just for information purposes, the cost to the county would be 67%. There's a few costings that at 100% would be with the county. But again, yes, it was extensively done with our traffic division.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Patio?
Even I did bring this up many times in past, the need of the traffic signal. I believe this was also approved, a similar resolution was approved in 2019. I did ask administration to dig through those approvals and where it was stopped, but again, it's here. I'm happy, but I would like to see the traffic study. A lot has been changed from 2019 to 2024. how that particular neighborhood has been improved or the traffic has gone up. This is very closer to school, so at least one signal is necessary there. But from the Rahway Road, which is very dangerous intersection, and I don't know if there is enough space unless township acquires one of the property, the corner property. So I'd like to really see the traffic study on this building.
Sure, we wouldn't be acquiring anyone's particular property. That wouldn't be the case. It would just be the right of way and in order to put the traffic signals.
Right. But can you please follow with the traffic study?
Sure.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
I believe this was the one that Elizabeth County came and wanted to know if we can add a traffic signal last year. And I think there was also the Inman and Old Rare that was a concern. Was that something, do we have an update for that as well?
With regard to the site triangle, I know we've been doing regular checkups and maintenance. It's winter time, so it's probably not an issue right now. It'll be more of an issue come springtime.
And I believe if the traffic calls for a traffic signal, I think we should do it. Just because we don't want traffic signal does not mean the traffic signal is not needed at a particular location. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to explain, I know my council colleague would said if we need it, right? So there's a traffic signal where we're gonna put this one. There's another traffic signal right at the road that's probably about, 1,000 feet by the golf court and Woodlawn, I think the road is. But what I'm doing is, and this is why I say this is just getting crazy, right? Let's say that I feel safe for me to cross that intersection without a light. I've been doing it my whole life, I do it now. I do find it safe. But if you live by the ward law and you don't feel safe, because maybe you're 75 years old, like my mother, right? She wouldn't feel safe trying to pull out now because of her vision or anything. The prudent thing for her to do would be just to make a right and go 1/8 of a mile to Tingley. And then she could take up there and she hits a light, and then she can go to the next light, and she can go to the next light to go to South Plainfield. So like where I'm going is, what we're doing here is we're putting a light in when there is a clear path for someone to get from point A to point B. And like, when do we stop at the lights? Like I'm saying, I think this body should go look at all the lights around that area and really see if there's no other way for you to get around. Put it in your Google Maps. But to just say, hey, let's just put a light because we think it's safe because somebody wants to go there, I think it's just wrong. You're changing the dynamics of our town, right? I know we had a mayor that wanted to make this town a city, and that's where I'm going, is this body is gonna create a city. You can safely get around the way it is without any of these lights in here, okay? And you're not really going out of your way by more than probably 1/4 of a mile that you're gonna go out of your way. But instead, we're gonna add more lights and everything, and we just ruin the town. And that, especially that intersection, because when you get there, I've had people from South Edison, and everybody here is from South Edison, you'll know this. When you drive to North Edison, and you go by North Edison and Scotch Plains, where this light is here, that's a whole different world. It looks nothing like South Edison. It looks like it's like you're in Princeton or something. It's gorgeous. Just the nature and the beauty of everything. Now we're gonna put a traffic light there. So that's just, I don't believe that these things are actually needed here. And I see that this body, and not just with I say this body, the body before the one on Warwick, you know what I mean? It's just continually going down a bad road here. If you don't feel safe, then why'd you move here? You could have moved to New York City. There's a lot of places you could have moved. But to come to Edison, to change our town from what it was, to me, it's just wrong. You know what I mean? If you like all the lights because you need them, you move to a place like Elizabeth or New York City or another place that has all those lights for you so that you can get around to wherever you gotta go, or to come to this town and then say we have all these problems, you wanna do this. I just think it's wrong. Because you're changing the town and how it's been. And I don't consider that progressive in any sort of event. I think we're hurting the town. But that'll be it on that.
Council President?
Yes.
All I want to say to that is that, we are here to make changes to the town based on what the residents need. And clearly, one of the residents has came forward and asked for a change. There are plenty of places in town that actually I do believe needs a light. There are many complaints about they have to wait 5 minutes to make a turn. That is something, especially if it's close to your house and this is something you have to cross every day, that's a lot of time wasted, that you would feel the frustration. And if a resident comes forward and asks for a change, and if the traffic division does the traffic study and says they need a light, I believe it's in the council's best interest to listen to the residents and to the traffic study division and make those changes. And that is the purpose of this council, to make changes to town based on the feedback we get. But that is my point. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Floyd?
Cut you off, I didn't get a chance to speak yet. Thank you, Council President. I strongly agree with this opportunity, and for my opinion, I think Councilman Brescher is the first to disagree with a traffic light in all the 30 years of me watching council meetings. We both know North Edison well. We both know Emmett Avenue and Tingley Lane. It's been a complaint for years. In my tenure of experience watching council meetings, the county does not gift a traffic light anywhere or fund any project this large without doing a study. And they are there's a process. There's no question that there is a process before they agree to this, and it takes a minimum of 2 years before they appoint funding for this. I think it's a great opportunity. I also listened to Councilman Brescher about Warwick. If anybody's driving Warwick, it's the major cut through from Calvert, from Grove Avenue to Calvert to Oak Tree. The traffic count there of cut throughs is enormous. That traffic light has been begged by residents for decades to be there, and it's working as a functional light. And if anybody's come down Oak Tree Road, it's not a 30-mile-an-hour road anymore. People are flying past there. You cannot get out of the old Sunnyside Deli that easily like you could. You can't get out of Divine's Pharmacy easily like you could in the past. And, I differ from Councilman Brescher to call our town and city over traffic lights and compare Jersey City or New York City to Edison. And we are not 1960, where there were farms here. This is 2025. This is 65 years later. We made some great changes. We have homes that are worth $3 million in Edison. This does not take away or even fit into the vocabulary of city because of traffic light. Although, we do agree on different developments that don't make sense, but a traffic light, it's foggy to believe that this would differ to a city from where we are today. So thank you.
Yeah, Council President, I just wanted to just comment that if any of my council colleagues have a request from a resident for a light, right? I'd like them to tell me the resident. I'd like to speak to the resident, and let me tell you why. Because what I'll do myself is I'll go from their home and I'll do it safely, going by all the lights that we do have, to show how they're not really, it takes them 10 minutes to get out. You're absolutely right. If they went another way and they went around, it wouldn't take them 10 minutes to get out. It would take them like 5. That's my point. But what I have yet to see the resident, except for the one that we had that asked about the one on the end of Inman, that, even there, I said the same thing at that meeting, where we're changing the look of the town. We don't make lights like they make the cell phone towers, and they put little branches on them so they look like evergreen. But yeah, I just don't see the need. My council colleague, I get, right, whatever, you like the light, I guess, everywhere.
Yeah.
I know, and it's just different, that's all. I chose to move back here for this, to keep it the way it is. And when he talks about Warwick, nobody up here on this dais knows anything about Warwick and why the traffic ended up on Warwick, okay? My council colleague doesn't even know because he didn't come out of Clara Barton. He didn't come to the north side back then. You were on the south side. You had to go to Edison High. Your brother was on the north side with me. But I'll tell you why everybody goes down Warwick. Because we put the other lights up down on Oak Tree Road. I know because I was a kid that used to drive through there. And once they put the light up on Oak Tree Road, I went down through Stephenville, so I missed the light. So you build the light, and then what we do as people is we try to avoid the light. It's human nature. And that's the part where I'm going, where this body is lost its way. But there you go.
Council President, I'll be brief. It's challenging to listen to Councilman Gresham is not a professional in this expert traffic study, and I do, although I think you brought a great analysis, that's one traffic light starts, people cut through. But long before, people cut from Calvert to Grove to Woburn to Oak Tree Road for decades. And hey, it brings a good point, but professionals have made this decision for a reason. And they don't give out traffic lights like lollipops in Edison. Thank you.
Okay.
Wait,
Council
President.
I can only speak anecdotally from I can speak anecdotally about Inman and Rahway because I often take that to Westfield, to go to Westfield. And that is a very difficult intersection. It's very difficult to make a left from Inman onto Rahway. It's very difficult to make a left from Rahway onto Inman. And I am suspecting, and Sonia, maybe you can verify this, that there have been a number of fender benders at that intersection.
All of that's been taken into consideration.
Okay, all right. So that's just my own experience, and I do believe this is a safety issue. So that's just my take on it. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you, if I can. I've had residents reach out, including some that come here, in regards to particularly making a left out of Linda Lane. Now, I understand this is Rahway, it's the street next to it, but I would imagine that with the inclusion of Tingley and being able to do both directions, there's some benefit to that. But I do have some questions for engineering, if that's okay. Or through you to Sonia to engineer. Since the proposed light is Broadway and Tingley, one of the residents that live in the neighborhood reached out and asked about potential backup to Linda Lane. Is there any consideration or opportunity for us to have like a no blocking intersection or striping there to make sure that when the light is red, that residents from Linda Lane that may want to make a left are able to do so?
That could be easily taken into consideration. You can either do not block the box. I do know also due to the proximity of the railroad, there most likely will be what we call a force off loop, which if the queue extends to a certain point, it would be Inman Avenue would get the green to go and clear the queue.
That actually leads into a second question I have, because I saw the acronym ATMS, I guess it's Advanced Traffic Management System, so is this going to be tied into any other lights or any other systems that the county runs or that we operate?
Correct.
Okay.
So the systems will talk to each other. The county will have control to clear if there's an issue. It'll go back to their central control and they can make tweaks.
Well, a couple of years ago, we had an item come up where we authorized for the use of traffic signals to be connected for ambulances and emergency vehicles. Is that in the same line with this?
You're talking about a preemption system. I believe, I'm not 100% sure. The last couple signals we've done with the county, we've included a GPS preemption system. So as our police vehicles and emergency vehicles approach the intersection, basically they hit a button to warn the signal we're coming, the car and the controller for the intersection talk, and the approach gets the green to clear for the emergency vehicle.
Thank you. The next two questions, I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer, but I'll just throw them out there. One of the items in the backup dealt with obtaining any potential easements or anything like that to access the project. We don't need to really obtain anything, correct?
Right now in concept, it is a possibility that along several of the corners, a small amount of right-of-way may be necessary to accommodate the signal equipment.
But that's right away, not necessarily like a person's property or anything.
We would be expanding the right-of-way, so take, say, a 5-foot strip along the radius. I'm just throwing out potentials. I don't have the plans or final design in front of me, but we have to set the controller foundation, the controller so far back, the signal foundation so far back to minimize the risk of strikes, and that would be the controlling factor.
But that's within the presumably within the right-of-way aspect, which to me is okay. The last question that I had, and this may be more aligned with traffic or traffic division, do we anticipate this helping the school there in regards to like pickups and drop-offs and coordinating with that to make sure that when those time frames come, that things run smoothly?
So from my understanding, the answer to that is yes, that was one of the considerations in my discussions with PD. I can also tell you, when PD was out there doing traffic counts, there were several near pedestrian misses. So as this would create or provide pedestrian facilities, push buttons, and a cross timing, so the pedestrians can cross without being in conflict with vehicles.
And I know that was an item that was brought up by a resident at one time, because they had wanted multiple crossing intersections there, so that clause, I think, will be beneficial in the long term. I appreciate the responses. I don't have any other questions, but as a general comment, I think that the safety measures that it will provide in terms of allowing residents from the Rollway and Linda Lane side being able to better get out will be a benefit to the community. But again, I would ask that at the Linda Lane intersection, Linda Lane, and then if we can have that cross box just to say no blocking, that would be appreciated. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Anyone else for 9A through I?
Well, I just wanted to just clarify Mr. Boyle's statement.
Go ahead, Councilman Berger.
Okay, it was just that he said that, right, I'm not a professional and he's right. I have what we call common sense. Our professionals, when we talk about traffic studies over in Mr. Coyle's neighborhood, they built a development called Camelot. I think I've said this about 10 times since everybody's still been on this dais here. Those professionals told us that the traffic was going to be slower and that was good for the residents. And then all of a sudden, traffic was slower and the residents got up in arms. And the residents came and they asked the mayor to fix it. So the mayor proposed to widen the road and bring the tractor trailers closer to their houses, which caused a debacle with that because they didn't want that. So when you say we're going to listen to the professionals, there's consequences when you take common sense out and you just listen to professionals. Our job up here is to apply those common sense techniques to what we receive from the administration and the professionals, and then for us to make a decision based on that. If we're just going to sit here and just be puppets and just vote yes because the professionals said it, then we should give up our seats. And that's just my comment on how a council person should be handling things. Okay, our job is to question. That is what our job is, not to sit here and say a professional says it's good.
Council President,
Yes.
at the traffic lights, if I could ask Brian. Sorry, Brian, you're busy today. Do we need both traffic lights so close together, or will that one be enough to slow down traffic?
So that's actually why we need to signalize both intersections, because they are so close to each other. You can't signalize one without directly impacting the other. So if they're farther apart, where you could potentially get the queuing for the light between the two signals and not affect the other road, you could do one and not the other. But right now, I think the rule of thumb is 500 feet. These two roads are offset within that 500-foot mark, so you can't do one without the other.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Question, Council President, if you can be there, Brian.
Councilman Patio?
Have you looked at the traffic study in detail?
We did a traffic warrant analysis. We did one a year or so ago. I believe, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry. I believe it hit the warrant on accidents alone, without the volume warrant. There was also a traffic study done in the early 2000s when this project was originally proposed and done by the county, and it met warrants at that time as well.
Do we know, given the area that is developed, how many driveways we will be blocking?
I do not know that off the top of my head, Councilman, I'm sorry. I can get that information and get back to you.
Okay, because this is what I expect when detailed study. How many driveways you are going to block? Linda Lane, do you think people will be able to take right if there is a queue there? Do you think people will be able to take even a left from Rahway Road if there is a queue there? Even regardless of a signal, how far? The school is so close from Rahway Road. It's so close, the small children are walking on sidewalk. We can't expect them to be disciplined. It's a heavy traffic area in the morning and in the afternoon. So we really need to think through. Again, I have seen the decisions that are taken. They were not really great for the community, and that's exactly the reason I'm asking, is the thorough due diligence is done for this particular intersection? I know, my council colleague said there was a request from the member of the public. Very same member has raised the concern today. He sent me a big email saying, hey, none of these people are happy. If you are going to put the signals right there, it's going to block that entire area. So are we listening to the public or we are listening to the handful people? Again, I'm in favor. I believe me, this was the project that Councilman Lombardi did bring forward in 2018, 2019. I keep hashing that. Back then, we felt it was required, but again, we were only talking about either Rahway or Tingley. Now we're talking both. And I get it, there is a rationale that. But again, my point is same. Have we given a thorough thought and what is going to be the impact on the quality of life in that neighborhood?
So, Councilman, when we design a traffic signal, first things we do is determine whether or not it meets the warrants in the Federal Highways METCD manual. There are, I think, 9 warrants. Meeting any one of those warrants technically is permission to proceed. I believe this one met multiple warrants. From there, we are entering into the agreement with the county. The county will start the design process. Under the design process, they will do a level of service analysis for various iterations of that traffic signal. And at that point, we will see the actual impacts.
If you really want to fix the problem, again, my earlier question was to BA, which she said she doesn't think we need any, we don't need to acquire any property, but I can tell you, Rahway Road is very small. It's not that wide. You will end up getting into the neighbor's property, both corners, to install the lights, but unless you widen that road, it's next to impossible to make the left and right from Rahway on Inman. You cannot, with one lane, it's impossible to control that traffic.
That will all be determined during the design process. I can only make assumptions at this time.
Okay, so it's still in design. We don't know whether we will need to acquire neighboring property or whether this project will even move forward to the greatest extent.
Until the design is brought forth and we see the actual impacts, that is the case, yes, sir.
And do we know how much money we'll be spending on design?
I'm going to pass over to the
So,
BA.
if you all have a copy of the agreement, this is all on the county at 100%. All of the administrative costs and design engineering services are at 100% to the county.
Okay, so as long as it's with county, but just remember, when we say county, it is not free money. We do pay the county tax. So it's not free. Thank you, sir.
Council President, just one question for Brian.
Councilman Patel?
When will, sorry, Brian.
No
When will
problem.
the design be done? How long does that process?
Knowing the county, not quickly, nothing against them. It normally takes easily a year
Okay,
with the back and forth, and that's before even going out to bid.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Brian. Don't get too comfortable. We're going to need you later. Okay, anyone else on items A through I on 9? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to 10 from the Department of Finance, A through F. Questions, comments on A through F on 10?
Council President?
Yes.
On
Councilman
F,
Patel.
report of disbursement through January to 5/2025. I have brought this to this attention of this council multiple times. Does this disbursement includes mayor's campaign, taxpayer-funded campaign?
Okay. Sonia?
Can you just repeat exactly which resolution you're referring to?
report of disbursement.
10F.
The bills list you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just repeat your question, please.
My question is, does this bill list includes or anywhere in the bill list, which probably could be hidden, mayor's tax-funded campaign mailers or letters that he's sending?
I can't answer to, I'm not, first of all, with all due respect, I don't understand your question. The bills disbursement are what
Okay.
the township
Let me, okay, Tanya,
procures on a monthly basis.
thank you.
Is there a specific, if you could identify a specific line item that you may have a question about?
That's the
I could certainly-
problem. That's how exactly the problem is. It is embedded in a way that it is not visible. So, question to attorney, sir, do you have any idea? First thing, have you seen the bill list?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question so I can answer it properly?
When
So
you-
you have before you a bill list. I think what you're asking is, are there any political expenditures on behalf of the mayor on that bill list?
All right.
And without going through it line by line, I can't answer that, but I don't think that there are. I reviewed it briefly, but I didn't look for that specific response.
Can you affirmatively tell me that it doesn't include? Or for that matter, Council President, I hate to see this, but I would like to put you on the spot because you continue to support the same propaganda. What happened in the state of town? Same propaganda at the cost of the taxpayer.
With all due respect, Councilman, you're not putting me on the spot. I am not your finance officer. I don't present the bills to you. I don't prepare the bill list. The bill list, if you have specific questions on the bill list, should be directed to finance.
Okay, let me ask the finance. Ken?
Yes, the bill list does include a charge for concept printing for letters from the mayor.
Okay, and how much is that?
$1,548.
Do you think that is the right amount? Mayor sent the magnet along with the letter. One envelope would cost more than $1. It was sent to every single household, which is probably 50,000 plus.
There is another charge for concept printing for a magnet, which was in the amount of $6,665.
Does that include mailing? That's a printing and.
That's the printing and the cost of the magnet.
What about the mailing?
Have a line item?
I don't know if there is a.
You're asking us, so
Yes.
only you know which one you're talking about. So if you
No,
could
because
just
I
point
don't know
that
how
out.
you are hiding, where you are hiding. I don't know. It could be legitimate reason.
Those are allegations. I can't affirm that. I'm just simply going over what we would charge, for example, for printing.
Correct. Again, Sanya, with all due respect, printing is a very generic word. What that printing means, it could be regular stationery. Mayor is printing something to hand out internal office. I get that. That's needed for the business, the town hall operation. I'm very specific to the campaign, tax-funded campaign material. If you're not aware, that's okay, but that's where I'm asking the finance person.
We're not aware of any, but
So you want
to
me
your
to-
words, political.
So you want me to bring the letters here, which I brought one time? So Council President, you want me to bring the same letters back here? Because you are approving blindly, you Council President, you yourself, without taking any objection to any of these line items.
You're asking me if I want you to bring the letters with the magnets?
No.
What are you
I'm
asking?
asking is, you have no concern on a mayor using taxpayers' funds to send the mailer or the letters to the residents, which is in the bill list, which I just heard at least 2 line items. I said that even last time, you agreed, but now you have no concern. That's what I'm saying.
Why would you say I have no concern about it?
I have not seen, because you were just moving to the next item. So I would like to hear your position on that. Is mayor doing the right thing? And not just you, every single council member on this dais.
Can you can you reconstruct for me, I remember the letters with the magnets. Can you reconstruct for me what was the gist of the letters and what the magnets? I remember receiving it, I just don't remember what the content of the letter was. Councilman Patil? I'm asking you.
Every resident, I think, they should have the more information because they approved, not approved, they allowed it to be printed, so they would have the more greatest information. Rather than asking the person who is raising the question, so I need to come up with the letter, which I did last time. I showed it to everyone, right? Now you want me to produce every single letter that is sent to the resident?
I don't need you to do that. I'm just asking if you recall what was in that letter.
Every resident received, you should have received the same letter.
I'm sorry?
You should have also received the same letter, Council President.
I did receive the same letter. I'm telling you, I don't remember what it said. I don't remember what the content was. I remember there being a magnet in there.
So you threw it, possibly. But, let me ask Kane, have you seen that letter? No. Okay. Sonia, have you seen that letter? Okay. Attorney, have you seen the letter? Your firm?
Can I finish?
No, let me ask the
So
question.
the letter was with the magnet. I have seen the magnet, and the crux of the magnet was to provide information to residents should they require services. That was the magnet.
Understood. I'm not questioning on the magnet. I'm questioning on the letter itself that goes with the magnet. Right? Just remember, the mayor is not a permanent body here. The mayor will come and go. It cannot be just one person's name on that magnet. That's what, if it is Edison Township, reach out for the police, fire, I'm perfectly fine.
Council President, I don't have any additional information to add with regard to the magnet. I do know it was informational purposes. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Next time, Council President, I'll bring all the letters for your reference. And then probably you can make any
I
comments.
just would need one letter. I don't need a stack of letters. I just need one letter.
I gave last time. I circulated to the entire council and I spoke, saying, is this acceptable? Is anyone willing to condemn? And none. I didn't hear anything.
Show me the letter.
I will.
I'm
Next
fine.
time I will bring
Okay,
the letter.
That's
Absolutely.
fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brescher.
Yeah, I'm going to take a crack at this one, too. We know that a letter went out, right? I mean, anybody that lives in the town got it. The BA acknowledges that we have a magnet. They can find the printing cost, right? And they can find the cost for the magnet. It got sent out to 50,000 households. So I guess what we're looking at here is what is the cost in this bill list for all these items, which would be the mailing, the printing, the stuffing into envelopes, the sealing, whatever that whole process is. And let me just tell you why. Because like I brought up when the mayor stole time by taking our police department to Chicago. And then after I brought it up and exposed him, he wrote a check to supposedly pay back the town, right? Right here, if this is a political flyer or it's deemed political because it says things like, I paved all your roads and significant infrastructure improvements, yada, 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 which sounds like a political flyer to me from what I just read. And then I would like to, if he's not willing to reimburse the town, right, from his political campaign for it, then I would look to, let's say, sue him as a resident, right, to recoup those funds from the mayor. So what we're looking for here is just what that dollar amount is with the breakdown, so that if we're going to go this route, that's where it'll go. Or if it goes to an ethics board, or if it goes to elect, or wherever we deem it should go, we're looking for those numbers. The administration has them. So they just have to get us the cost, the stuffing, the licking and closing, and the stamp. Just, I know, that's kind of, but you know what I mean? Just the total package cost, if we can get that.
I'd be happy to get it to you. It may not be this evening, but certainly I can get that to you.
All right, thank you.
Council President.
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
Well, according to ChatGPT, well, first, I agree with the mayor sending out information to residents and taxpayers to showcase where their money is going. It's been done before. This is not the first time a mayor has done it. And it's part of an information opportunity for residents to know where their money's going. In fact, the Illuminator, you know how much I love the Illuminator. I don't think you can ever get a group of people to come here to say they don't like it, because there's so many residents that just love it. And for the seniors I speak to who call my house, the first thing they talk about is the Illuminator, getting the Illuminator. Hey, listen, I'm willing to go for the challenge. You bring your people out, and we'll just see what happens. We'll do a survey. But according to this, 58 cents per resident to receive a mailer. It is, according to this ChatGPT vendor thing. Just an analysis out there. I don't think it's a lot of money for residents to encumber, to get information on where their taxpayer money is going. Has there ever been one before? Yes, it's been done before. It's just this mayor is not his mayor, and we'll talk about what he does. It's just an opposition proposition. Thank you.
Anyone else on 10A through F? Okay, moving on, 11, from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A through G.
Council President, on G.
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to get just the numbers because this project is already in flight. Again, I fully support the project. Ken, question to you is, what was the original amount that we started this project with? Or maybe Sonia, you can help me. The original, the first when we Mayor announced this in State of Town, is doing the sports complex plus the turf field. What was the original amount, the first one?
10 million. It was about 10 million.
The first time?
It was around then. I can find that out for you, but I do recall it having originally be set about between 9 and 10. When we went out to bid that first time, the bids were much, much higher than what we had anticipated. So with that, via the procurement law, we do have to go back out to bid, which we did. The numbers came back a little high. I want to say the winning bidder, it was about $1 million more than we had anticipated. We did find the funds, certify the funds. So that's where we were originally, if that answers your question.
Somewhere $10 million. Correct?
About, yes.
And that includes the turf field. Turf field per sport.
No, we're
building.
talking, but the sports building is just the sports building. The turf field was a different project.
So for the turf field, excluding the turf field, just for the
sports building.
sports building, it was $9 to $10 million.
Correct.
Correct. Do we know what is the cost as of today before this change order?
I can get that number for you, if you just give me a minute.
Okay, sure.
So we're at 8% above of what was originally awarded. So you're probably talking, I know with change orders, it's been about maybe $750,000.
Okay, because I remember
What
we
was
had
originally planned.
$500,000 we did one time. This is lesser, but if you can give me the rough number, are we at 11 and a half, where we stand?
I can, Councilman Pointer,
Yes.
were you
Just,
signaling me?
I think there's some confusion because I believe you're incorporating the change order that was with the turf field by the baseball field, which is technically a separate project. I think that's what the business ministry
Correct,
was trying to
correct.
say.
True, yeah.
Completely
On the
separate.
resolution, 10.787 was the initial bid for the sports building. The first two change orders were 284,000, I'm approximating here onto that, and then this change order is 557 on top of that, bringing a revised total, which is at the bottom, 11.628 million. And again, this is sports building.
Correct.
Standalone.
So you should have the backup of the change order, just to
This is-
Councilman.
This is third change order, and I'm losing a track now, but this is 11.6 plus the turf field, which is $4.5 million. So we are roughly at $17 million combined with the turf field.
No.
No?
We're talking about separate projects. They are not together.
That's for the jet field. Jet field and the sports complex, they're next to each other.
These are totally unrelated. So
understandable.
this change order is very specific to the sports
I
building.
understand that. I'm talking about, even though there are two different projects, they were carved out. but the purpose and the audience is one at that point in time. So that is where I'm trying to understand the complete project that includes the Jets turf field plus the Jet Sports Complex is somewhere combined together $16-17 million.
I'd have to get back to you on the Jets field, the turf field.
Okay.
I was just ready to talk about the sports building
Okay.
itself.
Now I would like to know the combined number. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Anything else, 11A through G?
Yes.
Councilman Brescher?
First off, the utility agreement for Route 1 and the bridge, I didn't actually get to read that one. I couldn't find it. But what was that one for?
Talking about D?
Yes,
Okay.
D's
Yeah,
fine.
11D?
Council President, we'll have Brian come up.
Hello. I believe the one that you're referring to is for the DOT project expanding the Good Kind Bridge over the Raritan River. And the utility agreement is for any impacts to our infrastructure in case we need to redesign it. The DOT reimburses our professionals and then they will construct the work.
Let me ask you, what's the $10,000 for?
It's a token value. We can negotiate that up or down based on the pricing we get back. Right now, it's
For design?
correct.
Well, let me just ask a quick question, because I've been sitting up here for a couple of years now. Have we ever had any design of anything? I think the gazebo, I think, cost us $80,000 to design, I think. So what can I get for $10,000 is my question.
So,
I mean,
like I was saying, Councilman, it's a token value right now until DOT actually designs something and gives it to us. We don't know what the impacts are. And at that time, we can negotiate that value up to what our design professionals would need to cover the cost.
do you think that they would do something where that road could go like two ways, where you could like use that as a turnaround? Like right now, when I leave the Edison Diner, I come out, I make a left, and I go underneath, and then I can go on Route 1 heading north. But if I'm going in the other direction, I can't go back around the other way.
I do not believe that was part of the concept design at this point.
Okay.
DOT is still in concept. I know the county just issued comments back to DOT on what they would like to see,
Okay.
but we're still early on in the process.
All right. No, thank you.
You're welcome.
Then I have F, and this is to try and get like affordable housing, right? Will this go against our, I'm gonna use the word COA numbers, but does this apply to that also?
Councilman, this is part of your third round affordability programs. The third round runs through June 30th of this year. So this would qualify as meeting one of your prior obligations to meet your affordable housing requirements. It's a market to affordable program. It helps people buy a home. It's a good thing.
No, listen, I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem really with is, maybe you can answer this. So we have a COA obligation in the town, which could be whatever, 500, 600, 800, whatever amount of units, right? I'm saying that's irrelevant. We just finished a COA round, I think like a year or two ago, which had whatever, 700 units, 1,000 units. I don't care which one to, call the amount of units, because to me, that's irrelevant, right? The court has decided we can negotiate a little bit. I get it. We should have affordable housing, right? I kind of like that. I don't like projects, like they were like in Newark and stuff, where everybody that was poor had to be all bound up in one little town. I like the idea of spreading everything out. I think it's good just for social, the aspect. The biggest problem I have, again, is urbanization of my town, okay? And mayors that are irresponsible in this, instead of protecting the sanctity of a suburban town. And let me tell you where I go with it. We just completed our COA obligation, and as you stated, we have a new round of COA obligation. Well, 30 years from now, how much low-income housing do you believe we're going to have in Edison? If we just built 2,000 units, 30 years from now, those units become market rate, right? So at that point, the court's going to come back to us and say, you need to build another 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 units. And at that time, my children are going to end up selling my home, right, and teaming up with my neighbors, and they're going to build apartment complexes there under the COA obligations. Why can't this town, right, stop this? And is there a mechanism where we could make the COA obligation like perpetual? And I don't know if you want to call it, like New York City has something where when they have low income, it's low income for life. So what happens here is a developer comes in and they're allowed to build 100 units. But we say you're going to have to build 10 low-income units. So they go, okay, well, then I need to build 150 units. So we approve it under the disguise of COA. But then that same developer, those apartments 30 years from now are all market rate, right? And what we're doing is we're urbanizing our town. So what mechanism do we have that the mayor or this body, right, can make this affordable housing be affordable housing in perpetuity? You know, I know there's a way. New York City figured out a way. And I won't be here 30 years from now, we know that. But my grandchildren will. So that's what I'm looking out for is the next generation.
Council President?
I'm sorry, Councilman, were you looking for an answer from me?
Yeah, is there a
Yes.
mechanism?
So you want me to forecast 30 years into the future what affordable housing obligations there will be? I will tell you this, that affordable housing is a constitutional obligation that each municipality has to provide a reasonable prospect of housing that's affordable to median income and low-income people. It is not just a municipal obligation, it's a regional obligation. I will tell you that there probably has not been any issue that has generated more litigation than the Mount Laurel concept since it was instituted in 1975. I will tell you that while I'm pretty good at that stuff, I don't have a crystal ball as to what it would be in 30 years from now. The legislature has tried to come up with a plan that will meet that constitutional obligation. And theoretically, if population stays the same, the programs that are in place will meet that obligation. But when that obligation is not met or population increases as you move forward, in 30 years, there will be new obligations to provide affordable housing. What they will be, I don't have that crystal ball, and I'm not willing to guess. Thank you.
Counselor, I guess I'm going to try and clarify the question. Right now, with our population of 100,000 people, we have to provide 2,000 low-income units, let's say. Okay, 30 years from now, given the same scenario, we're going to have 100,000 people, and at the same time, those 2,000 low-income units 30 years from now will no longer be low-income units, and we will not have it here any longer. So at that time, we're going to be required to have the 2,000 units. So my question is there a mechanism, or what could we possibly do as a council or as a township to make our low income, that's low income, stay low income into the 30-year future, 40-year future, 50-year future, so that we have those low incomes? That was really my question. What is that mechanism that we could possibly do?
There is a provision that is currently available called extending affordability controls, so that when those controls are about to expire, you can negotiate with developers or owners of those properties to extend those affordability controls. It doesn't often take place, but it's there, and I have used it. It usually requires some contribution from the municipality to extend those controls. But I believe that your question is, what can this municipality do? And I think that the answer is, it is a statewide problem that requires a statewide solution, which is why the legislature has adopted the new affordable housing statute as of January of last year. So you can't solve it on a municipal basis. It is a statewide issue. The state delegates that responsibility to regions, and it is a regional obligation, which each municipality in that region has their own share of mechanisms to meet that regional obligation. So this is a philosophical conversation that you want to have?
No, it's not. It's not philosophical.
If it's a practical if it's a practical question you're asking me, what can we do?
Practically.
Not a lot. We have to continue to meet our constitutional obligation, whatever that takes.
Right, but what I'm saying is, okay, I guess we didn't really get anywhere with that one. We do meet our obligation. 30 years from now, those will no longer be low income. Therefore, we're going to have to go back and produce those low income ones.
Council President, I think the question is, the obligations that we met now and 30 years from now when they expire, do we need to re-include those numbers into the new one? Or since 30 years has expired, we already met our obligation, we close this chapter, and in 30 years, whatever the new chapter is, that'll be the new chapter?
Councilman, yes, you're kind of right there with me. That's where I'm going, but where I'm going is, when that expires 30 years from now, what can we do now to say that it can't expire in 30 years?
I think that one he answered, he said we can't do much. So we just have to let that play out.
So each round of affordable housing theoretically is supposed to last for 10 years. So this current round, because COA did not do its job, the last round went from 1999 to 2025. The current round is scheduled to start July 1, 2025 and expire June 30, 2035. So in 30 years, on June 30th of 2055, we will continue to have an obligation, and it will be your job as leaders of the community to find ways to meet that obligation. You cannot impose, under current regulations, a permanent restriction on affordability controls.
Well, then let me just make another quick question to you.
Council President.
So you're just, no, it's just a quick question.
Good. Can I just try at it just for once?
Well, after this one, I'm not going to say anything more, I promise you.
Councilman Coyle,
No rebuttals?
No rebuttals.
let Councilman Brescher continue. Thank you.
Okay, so what you're saying is there's no way for us to do this. So what Edison couldn't do is, we couldn't take the land, let's say that is over by Kilmer that we own, or the land that's over by the Triple C Ranch that we have, and we couldn't build a low income or unit in there ourselves that has 500 units, and that those would be low income 500 units in perpetuity.
That's a different question, Councilman. So there is municipally sponsored 100% affordable housing that you can, as part of the obligation to build that, you can require that it maintain its affordability controls. I will tell you that housing authorities that receive federal funding generally have a 50-year affordable housing control. But that's the federal program, that's not the state program. A 100% municipally sponsored affordable housing program is one of the compliance mechanisms that a lot of municipalities use to meet their obligation. and that can be extended when the affordability controls are about to expire. And it's generally part of the funding of the project, too.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
for the very few times I have to agree with my colleague, Councilman Brescher, and I'm happy that he stands with affordable housing, and so many colleagues on this dais do as well. The indefinite carryover of affordable housing, that's something I wouldn't support. I mean, I think the opportunity for someone to buy a home and pay 30 years on a mortgage should eventually have the free will of the market 30 years from now. I do open an opportunity through the Council President for a committee, and we look at methods and opportunities of how we can get there. I mean, the past administration through Mayor Lanke that carried over into Mayor Sam Joshi, we have been using tools to create this. And I know Councilwoman Joyce Shipp is in the audience. We've done several things along the way, including buying apartment complexes and converting them to affordable housing so we can meet the criteria. Homes that are 4 bedrooms in different parts were included in that analysis as well. So as we strive to hope to give every resident and every taxpayer what they want to see, less development, we're obligated to do this no matter what. Whatever project you may have seen in the past that's been approved through a court order. In the past, the Camelot was approved through a court order, 225 units, because at that time, we were not ready. So I'm certainly open through the Council President to sitting on a committee and how we can get ahead of this for the 700 units we have to build, which I think are necessary to give people an opportunity, whether it's Rich's son, my son, or anybody on this dais who has a child out of college in their first career, can't afford to live in Edison. And we know that. And this is something that it's important that we respect. And for those who have no interest in seeing more development, it's impossible for us to catch this. The township does not own property to develop. We're not developers. But I think it's important that a committee or we meet together separately as colleagues to figure out means and methods to get there and to get ahead of a builder who's not going to just push a project in our face and give us something we don't want. And that's coming because they're way ahead of the game. They've been waiting for this. They've been sitting with bated breath to catch us and wait for the court to, give out their new numbers. I met with, Councilman Pointer. We've discussed this. I think he probably has the most knowledge of this direction. I don't want to give him too much credit some days because he overthinks, but he's good at it. He's really good at it. And I think together, if the Council President decides to put together a committee, I would be very interested in serving on that, and I would serve with you, Councilman Brescher. You have development experience in project management, and I'm very interested in seeing how we can get there and give young adults a chance to live in Edison and continue to be residents here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle, and we can talk offline about setting up such a committee, okay? Councilman Pointer?
Council President, on item C, resolution
I was done with that
57.
one, but I had the other ones.
Sorry, I'll defer. No, no.
I didn't need to talk in the mic then.
I'm just curious on item C, what that project entails. I understand the item D with the bridge widening. I'm not sure what the other project entails, if I can get clarification on that.
I'm getting my steps in tonight. So the DOT is taking on the project for, believe it's Prince Street to Plainfield Avenue, the signalized intersections through that corridor along Route 1 to do ADA upgrades. That is new ADA ramps or curb ramps, as DOT calls them, along with push button and pedestrians signals. So once again, it's not yet designed, but those are the intersections they're looking to do the projects at. And likewise with the bridge, should there be conflicts with our utilities, that's what the utility agreement is for.
I appreciate it, and hopefully they consider some of the voice mechanisms for that assistance.
That is standard procedure now.
Good to hear. Thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Anyone else on 11A through G?
I'll never
yield
stop,
to you.
though.
Go ahead.
All right, you sure?
After, make
All
it
right.
quick.
No, okay, then you should go, because this is G, where I'm talking about the project management. But I'd like to hear from any of my, colleagues or anybody that would like to speak about the building before I do, as opposed to me speaking for a half an hour on this subject. If everybody here did 10 minutes, then you'd only leave me 5 at the end of the day. So if anybody would like to comment on G, I'd like to go last on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to.
Councilman Shmuel.
So, Sonia, could you elaborate a little bit about the change order and what is entailed in that change order? What is it for specifically?
So generally speaking, there were some delays in the project, conditions in the project, and all of that has extended the project till the end of this year. So all that said, it's amounted to $557,000.
So it's labor hours.
It's labor, there were some utilities that were part of this that delayed production of some of the structures that we were waiting for. So all of this was pushed. So there are general conditions that are outlined in the change order.
And they're projecting another 7 months to complete this project.
Correct.
And then I'm looking at this change order. It says
Or less. We're really aiming to do less. That is a fall safe.
okay. So I'm looking at this change order. Total of 556 negotiated costs between Colliers and Epic Management. Negotiated cost.
Correct. This number originally was higher, and we negotiated it down to the 557.
Do you have a copy of the original change order?
This is the change order. We'd originally gotten some proposals, some back and forth. Our construction manager, who you all appointed at some point, has been instrumental in negotiating some of this down. So I can certainly provide some of the back end of what was originally proposed to us.
Because I'm trying to understand what the negotiation was. They're not going to change their per hour, their hourly rates. That stays. The only thing you could possibly negotiate is material. So did they negotiate the time of the project? What was the negotiation?
Council President, if I may have our construction manager come up to
Yes,
clarify
please.
some of that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rich Brown. I'm with Colliers Project Leaders. So to answer your question directly, so as part of the change order, it's what's called general conditions. So when the contractor has an impact on a critical path, and not all his delays were on a critical path, so those costs are not associated and you wouldn't see any of those costs. As it relates to some of the things that Sonia was saying, it's for their staff, or the general super, project management, it's for the trailers, it's for the fence, it's everything that they, the cost on a monthly basis. And so that's what we review, that's what we look at and put together, and we do something called a time impact analysis. And based off of that information, that number gets trickled down. If they have a number, and I'm just making this number up, it could be $40,000 a month for those costs. Well, that bucket isn't everything they're going to get, because sometimes they don't have the person on the job, so things get prorated. So between that, they had it in your package. I think it says something around to November. So we sat down with them and negotiated not only the money, but also the time, and how we can shrink that, because it's better to use money wisely instead of giving them money to go longer. We looked at it trying to use money for it to shrink the schedule, because obviously that's the goal, to get the project done.
So quick math, this is about $80,000 a month.
I think it's less than that, because their contract completion was January, and it's going to go to
November.
second week of September. It's 5 something.
Okay. And if this goes on past It's the 7 months.
It's not going, that would be on them.
It's on them.
It's on them. The reason, the way we got here was there were some redesign things that had to take place, which obviously they didn't cause, they didn't create it. But anything that happens on their dime, then they're obligated to do it. Just like we waited till the end of this to get closer to fully understand what the cost would be. We didn't want to do it too soon because we all know contractors are not great at what they do always. Some of them are better than others. So we wanted to make sure, because part of how we got here too is a little bit of a performance on their side. So we took all that into the analysis and how we got to where we are with the negotiation.
And what would be the impact if this council doesn't pass this change order?
It's a good question. Probably Edison would hire an attorney and a claims attorney to as a recourse.
We can't renegotiate this 556?
So if I could just clarify that, in the backup provided to everyone, the original number was 656,000. That was the original number that was proposed to us, and then that was reduced about 100,000, if you will. So
20%.
And I will tell you firsthand that that's been negotiated for the last 3 months, because we wanted to come to this body with a firm number, and not only just a firm number, with conditions that would require them to complete it, or else there could potentially be liquidated damages. So we felt comfortable that this was something worth presenting to the council for your approval. If this body chooses not to do this again, we'd have to take legal recourse. I'd want to talk to our counselor about that. But not only that, it would stop the project. We would have a shell, and there would, quite frankly, it'd be a hazard to have that in place at this moment in time.
I would still like to see the original change order, because I'd like to see what was negotiated.
Sure.
You're not negotiating hours. The hours are the hours. So where was the negotiation?
If you look in the packet, you'll see their original numbers. And then what we did is we went back through and shaved some of the time for the individuals that were here, because this is how this starts is the schedule of values based on their project. And so, again, I'm going to make up the number. If the team that they have out there costs $50,000 a month for all the team members that work for Epic, it doesn't mean that they're out there fully every day. So we took that into consideration, because that was their original contract, which what they originally intended to do versus what they have been doing on a regular basis.
I want to add to that. So part of this, because of the extension that's required to complete the project, they have to go back to their bonding companies and extend that and pay into that. So that's part of the cost here too, is going back to their companies to get additional surety bonds and things of that nature. So you're talking about, when you're talking about general conditions, you're talking not only about the timeline, you're talking about everything else that's required that needs to be, all the paperwork, the documentation. Insurance is a huge cost.
Thank you.
And one last, this is a not to exceed, so they're locked into this number. If we can continue with an effort, this number may go down.
So if I ask now that you mentioned that, not to exceed includes material as well? Material goes up now.
Nope.
We have a steel tariff of 25%.
No, this change order doesn't kind of cover it. This has nothing to do with the design-related changes where we added pipe or deleted pipe or changed the size or a type. This is strictly driven on their management of the project. Could it fluctuate if somebody gets a raise? They didn't push that in here, nor would we accepted it. So this is based off of the rates of their individuals to oversee and manage the project.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Coyle?
while you're still up, first, thank you for being a part of the management. It's my first time meeting you. In your experience in other administrations, I'm quite certain you worked for a few municipalities before in the past.
Absolutely.
You got 1 year experience?
Quite a few.
Quite a few, okay. I'm not happy to see change orders. I don't think anybody on this dais likes to see change orders. I don't like to make a comparison of what a homeowner does at home and how things cost overrun and where life was yesterday with a sheet of plywood and what it costs today for a sheet of plywood. But in your experience, we're looking at a project that started at, 10,787, and now we're at 11,6289. Knowingly that an administration is not a contractor. We can't rely on our engineering department with their knowledge and expertise to guide us. We rely on a bid process to guide us. But no one can say that administration are experts in project management, contractual, litigators with, different contractors, subcontractors, architects combined. It's enormous, this project, let alone we set policy, we guide a town, we do our best to keep taxes at a certain rate and provide services. So there's no question that this is above and beyond the scope of what administration does on a day-to-day, but it's part of something we're responsible for, and I'm not taking that away. We have to be responsible. So to see a change order, again, is not an appetite for the council. But in your experience, the percentage of overrun and what is your opinion for a township this large that does oversight for this and hires the best of the best through bid process? Is this number somewhat normal, or is this something you're not used to?
It's in the ballpark. It's not bad. With the utility, a lot of the redesigns, some of that information is a little bit harder to fully understand from the engineers and the site. So that's always at a disadvantage. Now that we're out of the ground, now that we have the building for the most part up, the likelihood of any significant change orders diminish significantly. And one other thing that we do, we have, my firm, we have architects, we have engineers, we have all of those skill sets. So when we get a change order and when we look at it, now we're talking about materials and hours and all that kind of good stuff. We have the experts that are, down the hall or nearby, that not only my team who went to school, they're educated for construction management, but we truly have architects and engineers that really fine tune and look at this stuff. So it gets quite a few set of eyes on these changes before they even come, to where you would see these.
And last, how many municipalities have you worked for underneath this contractor or any contractor total in your experience?
Me?
Yeah, how many different towns?
Probably close to 50.
And
you're talking about me?
yes, personally, in your experience, 50 different towns, and
half of the counties.
And in comparison, this oversight, this cost overrun, is somewhat normal in what you've seen in municipalities throughout the state of New Jersey.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You want to, yes, Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. You mentioned that the likelihood of a future change order is greatly diminished now that the building's up. Just to refresh my memory, I know obviously we hired you guys for construction management. There was a line item in regards to reviewing the plans as well, but I forget if we had authorized that portion. Was that also included?
Yeah, yep. Yeah, we do that as well as part of our proposal.
Okay. In that consideration, because sometimes we have a bit of a delay, obviously, like this is an example, right? When it was originally brought forward to the administration before it comes to us, that the actual architectural or engineering plans, are there any other adjustments that we should expect based on your analysis of what was originally provided?
I can say there's nothing significant. There are changes that are still out there that are under review, but there's nothing significant, anything like, what we're here to talk about tonight.
Okay. But it is possible, like, we will have something else come forward to us. I actually give examples from the backup, but I'd prefer not to. But just so that we're not blindsided, like, hey, there's a change order for 20,000 3 months from now, we should expect it's a possibility that we could have something else before us at that time.
Yes.
In your opinion, do you foresee any circumstance where the proposed completion date would not be held to?
No. That was clearly our discussion with Epic. Epic's the contractor. I've done a lot of projects with them. They're fairly reasonable and they're cooperative, so I don't see that being an issue. And now that we have most of the design issues flushed out, I don't believe that to be the case.
Okay. Just as a general comment, and I've expressed this to the administration, I'm not happy about the change order, particularly that it is labor-focused. However, this is why we brought you guys on, so that we can flush it out and make sure that the remainder of the project is as smooth as possible. So I'm happy that a corrective action plan has been taken, but just personally, like, I'm not thrilled to see this before me. Thank you, Council President.
Let me just put my 2 cents in here, too. Change orders, I know they happen. I usually give change order number 1 a pass. Number 2 makes me skeptical. Number 3 really is kind of a red alert. That's kind of a Mayday situation. And I know the residents aren't happy when they see this many change orders on a project. So getting to, first of all, back to the question of what happens if we, as a council, say, no, we're going to vote down this change order. So more specifically, and I don't know if this is to you, Mike, Rich, or if this is to you, Sonia, are we talking about then an abandoned project? Are we what are we talking about? Because I feel we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here right now.
As I mentioned before, the project would be at a standstill.
Okay. And that's where I feel like we're in between a rock and a hard place, because here we have this semi-structure and then it gets abandoned, and that's not a good alternative either. It's an eyesore. And I think, to follow up on what Council Vice President Pointer said, is there a possibility that there would be a change order number 4 coming our way?
As I indicated, there are some, and I'm going to consider them small change orders, where they'll have, if we were to get going again, this gets approved, there are some, I'm going to classify them as minor, nothing significant like this. So if we get through tonight and this gets authorized, that will happen. I just wanted to jump back to, if we don't do this, and again, I'm no attorney, but I've been part of a couple of these, and generally what would happen is Epic would hire outside counsel, and it would start a process that generally, when this happens this way, that usually costs 2 to 3 times what you're here talking about tonight. It's just when, attorneys get involved and there's more delays, then there's more, the labor costs do go up, material costs do go up, and at the end of the day, it gets settled, or you abandon the project entirely, which I'm not sure that would be an option. But to get it going again, it would take months and it would be more costly.
It's which is another reason why we're between a rock and a hard place with this.
Understood.
We're kind of there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So, all right, Councilman Brescher.
Council President, can I just ask a question about that last comment that he made?
Yes.
The lawyer.
Yes.
So if we don't approve this, they're going to sue us if we don't pay them?
Because if this doesn't get approved, then there would be a breach of contract. And again, I'm not an attorney, but the project would stop because there's no means to pay them to continue. Their contract was completed January 8th based on their contract. So there's no means to pay them to manage their own project anymore.
So essentially, they could put down whatever number they want to put down, and we're obligated to approve it.
Well, no, because you have experts on your side. That's what we reviewed. That's what we think this is fair and reasonable to continue the project and get to the finish line. If you choose not to go down this option, then another option will kick in, which attorneys will be involved.
So,
On
so-
both
With all
sides.
due respect, I think this is beyond fair or reasonable. I think this is very, very expensive for 7 months of work, additional work. So,
Okay, understood.
So I just want to confirm with the attorney, from a procurement standpoint, we would also be breach of a contract.
I haven't actually reviewed that contract, but any litigation is, everybody's going to go to their separate corners and come out swinging and shoot for anybody they can swing at. And while I am an attorney, I am not taking offense, although I thought about it, to the statement that once attorneys get involved, things get more expensive.
My
And I'm not
apologies.
taking offense because it's true.
Council President, before Councilman Brescher speaks, I just want to ask either Councilman Pointer or the administration, since Mayor Sam Joshi took office, kudos to him, we've gotten a lot of projects completed in town. However, hearing this, change order is never something a council wants to hear. But what is our overall batting average? I mean, it seems like we've had $100 million worth of projects. Where are we? And I don't need to answer this second, but I'd like to have it shortly. Where we stand. So for the taxpayers who believe we've accomplished 7 projects at $75 million, where do we stand as a management, as a responsible administration to taxpayers? Where do we stand on change orders? That's a question. I don't need an answer for now. It's a big question. But
Sure.
if this is a metrics of, $4 million of an override of 9 projects, maybe that's something that is not unusual. And I'm also speaking to the professional here as well, who may not know all of our projects, but.
He may not. So let me just say this, and then I certainly can provide that to you based on all of the projects we've done. I think there's a negative connotation when it comes to change orders. The word change order is just simply a modification to what the original contract was set forth. That said, when you're working on the field, there are potential cases, and I know Councilman Brescher has a background in construction management. There are very much likely changes to something once you get on the field, which is exactly what happened in this case and in many cases. So I just want to say that while there is a negative connotation with change orders, it is simply just a structure by means of which, when you get on the field, there are potential modifications based on restrictions, in this case, utilities, manpower, all of the things. There's just a slew of variables, and that's just the world of construction. That said, it doesn't make it any better for residents. Certainly, your concerns are very valid, and I'd like to provide that to you at length, and I can certainly do that for all of our projects.
Thank you.
Council President, before Councilman Brescher starts, I have one question to professional.
Councilman Patil?
Yeah. Just summarize, how did we get here? This $500,000, is this the issue with our planning, our specs, our design engineering? Where was the gap here?
Well, it was before I got here, but based off all the information that I reviewed to review the cost, a lot of it was redesign of a lot of the utilities, was a major component of that. Specifically, the electrical went from a single phase to a 3-phase. The water service went from a 6-inch to an 8-inch, and also realigned. The gas service, actually there was none at the beginning, so that had to be all started from kind of scratch with PSE&G. So all those things take up time at the beginning of a project. If there's no way that, you start with the lower stuff, right? Because you want to do all that work as you build, the building. You do the lower stuff so you don't compromise. So a lot of this stuff ended up on the critical path. If it's not on the critical path, we're not here talking about any of this. if you're changing, like this room essentially, and changing some element of it is a change. There might be a changed cost to the material or the finishes or something, but it's not going to cost a delay to the completion of the project unless it's on a critical path. So those items that I described were on a critical path. So it's not always a change that's going to have that impact.
I understand that, but what you mentioned, these are very basic things. Utilities, gas, water. Who designed this whole building?
Councilman Fatil, if I may, if you recall, we had the issue with the architect. I don't want to get too much into, I don't see the attorney here. I don't want to get too much into the weeds or any sort of litigation conversation, but that is an issue that we are currently working on, which stems back to some of these issues.
So again, I understand that, we have that challenge, and for the earlier change order as well, we said we will go back and recover that money from that architect. So this is again another change order, $500,000. Are we planning to go back and recoup the money?
We are actively working on gathering all of this, and this is much part of that.
Okay, so we'll continue to follow up on that track as well. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Patel.
Earlier you mentioned there were minor changes that might be upcoming. What do you consider minor, just for my scale?
I don't have it in front of me. I would say there'd be an aggregate number of maybe 100, less than 100,000.
Less than 100, okay. And what was the original timeline when we started this project? Would you know that?
It was supposed to be completed, I believe, January 8th.
And so how long was the total?
Data, I don't have the notice to proceed date in front of me. Yeah.
It was probably about 18 months.
Yeah, I was going to say 16 or 18 months.
And what portion of that 10 million, original 10 million, was labor association?
Well, generally on a project, usually rule of thumb is it's kind of 50-50 between labor and material, but it can fluctuate depending on the equipment and all the things, a little bit more complicated systems, mechanical systems, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. So it's 5 million?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, so if we do rough math, 270,000 per month for labor. Okay, and I assume if this is going to be part of the continuation with the architect issue, I do want the sport building, and hopefully we can recover most of this money moving forward. I am okay to support this. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Brescher.
All right, I just have a few dozen questions. No, not really. It's not that bad.
I've been waiting. I'm ready.
No, it's not that bad. Your firm does a lot of work for municipalities.
Correct.
That I do know.
Yes.
I've worked with you guys in the past. Is it, in this industry that you're in, do the firms that do work for townships normally have a professional insurance to cover them for like errors and omissions?
Absolutely.
So all firms should really have that, right?
Yep. Yes, sir. Designers and us as well.
Piggybacking off of my council colleague, when he was talking about labor, and I know where he was going with it, I'm going to delve into that a little bit. So the project was 12 million, we said, right?
Just under 11.
Okay. What did the GC show for his general conditions for the 16 to 18 month project?
I don't recall those numbers in front of me, but I believe they ended up being roughly around between 40 to 50 a month.
Well, what I'm saying is, can somebody look this up while I'm going through the rest of my questions to see what the general conditions number was for the 16 to 18 months? Because then what I want to do is I want to do that math like Nish was about to do, just to see that actually works out to be roughly where we are here.
Are you asking about the original?
Right, the original contract, tell me what the dollar amount was, 11 million, and then tell me what they had it for their line item for general conditions, because their change order here is basically the general conditions.
Correct. So in the backup, if you want to pull out, which I have a suggestion, it may be helpful that at times you get this printed out.
I know.
Just for future purposes, it would be helpful. So in terms of the backup in the original change order, as far as labor,
No, Sonia, in the original bid, they gave a breakdown. I've seen it before. And in that entire breakdown, there was a line item for general conditions it would be. And I'm just saying, what was that number in total? Because then I can divide that by 16 to 18 months, multiply it by the additional 7, right? And we see if we're in the same ballpark, that's all.
I can just tell you what I have here with the current change order. It's at 19 weeks. So under the general, see, it's broken down into, it's itemized. So
Okay.
there's no one number.
Okay. All right. I mean, I would like to just verify that. Normally, I would ask you if we could just wait on this whole thing. But I'll tell you where my problem is with holding on this. In reading this document here, this says they're not going to be done till November 25th. That's their new completion date, is November 25th. November 25th is the end of the football season. So they're never going to be able to use this facilities this year. Now, I know you're saying what? It's in the documents.
No, I know, but it's an indoor facility and an outdoor facility. So if there are practices, or we talked about the multi-use purpose of the building.
Right. We're not going to be able to use the building until November 25th when they're done. So with that being said, to push this off a little bit would make a lot of sense so that we can get to the bottom of whether the number is legitimate or not, right? When we add up all the general condition numbers, because I'm going to ask you to get that for me, and you can have Colliers do it, right? But I'd like to have that before the end of the week so that they could add up all the general condition line items that are in this change order that are from the original job, just so I can do that simple math, that's all. But I'll tell you where my problem is with holding this off, even though the kids can't use it. And this is where my council colleague, at the very end for me, where we were kind of going, and I know where you're kind of going with them. But the problem that they have, Epic has like a project manager, they got a super. So let's say that I'm on site and I'm the super, and this body here doesn't do anything, so I can't proceed. Epic has two choices. They're going to lay me off, and I'm going to go work somewhere else like that, or they're going to pay me to do absolutely nothing. And what happens then is, instead of this being $500,000, it's going to be $600,000. Even if we decide a month from now, it's going to increase because they have to pay these people, whether they work or they don't at this point. You don't want to lose the super and the project manager and everybody else, or then we're really going to be up a creek.
Right.
So I feel like there is a gun to our head here. That's why I'd like to verify those numbers. And if that breakdown number looks legitimate, I'm going to say at the next meeting that Colliers did a great job. If it doesn't, then I'm going to come to the next meeting and say Colliers looks like they didn't do a good job. But it's just based upon that. But with that there, guy sitting home, Mr. Dev. Okay, now I can get back to my questions here. So I noticed that they had like a notice of proceed for like 10/2, but they couldn't get drawings till 10/31, right? So my question is, why would you start somebody to have a job and they don't have the drawings? Like, whose job is that should have gotten them the drawings?
That was far before I came on.
I understand,
Yeah,
but in your professional experience, whose job is it to get the drawings to the contractor?
Whoever would have been the point person for the town to keep getting them the information so that they could proceed on those topics.
Okay, so we didn't.
Councilman Berger, that was the issue that we had with the architect.
Okay, architect. Electrical components, 4 to 11 months. I do get that. I would have liked to have seen that we had a construction manager brought on board during the design phase, okay? And I'll tell you why. I would have expected you to do your job and tell me what the delivery dates on those components were to see that we could fit stuff in a schedule.
Exactly. I'll tell you, we get engaged on many occasions at the beginning of the design. Sometimes we even help hire the professionals, the designers. More times than not, we know the process as well as them, right? But we have we look at it from a different perspective. One, the constructability. We look at all the things they're just drawing, the buildings and all those components. We're looking at it from cost, schedule, and all those other things that they're really not concentrating on. So it's a big deal.
The contractor asked for a contact for the engineers. It took 2 weeks to get them a contact. I'm going to go with architect on that, right? Because that would have been their point of contact. They weren't calling you, correct, Sonia? Okay.
No.
I think they were the lead for the most part.
The architect, okay. They requested CAD files on 10/17, and somehow the carrier pigeon delivered it on 2/2. So that's like 2, 3, almost 3.5 months to send an electronic document that you already had.
Usually, as you know, excuse me, there's usually a form that they have to fill out, a disclaimer. And so that would take maybe a day or two.
So-
and then
All right, let me just stop you there, only because that's part of the legal issue that we were dealing with
Well, Sonia, I'm not
during
sure.
that timeline.
Right, I don't know whose fault this is here.
So
Right, I don't know if this is, and this is why I'm asking these questions.
Right, so I'm answering, and my answer is that during that time, there was attorney-client privilege situations with the architect.
Okay. Water line, right? I noticed that the water line wasn't up to code in Edison. So we had a building designed, right? We called for a certain size water line. And then Edison owns our own water department, right? So we have our own guy here that knows what kind of water lines we have.
Yes, and we consulted with them during that time, and they advised us on part of what they can do and then what needed to be done with additional equipment.
All right, now let me ask you another question. This whole water line coming in here, our water department did this, all right?
Part of it. Not yet. Not yet, at least.
No, but I mean, we're doing it.
eventually.
Right.
Yeah, they scoped it out.
Right. But so here's just a question to you to make sure that you get this correct as a business administrator. So our water department is going to do work. So Bob Smith's hours, right, his guys' hours are all going to be billed to the water department for this. So the people in South Edison are going to be paying this on their water bill, but the people from North Edison are going to be using the facilities overall. So somehow you need to break the billing out so that they'll maybe billed through the sewer department or something so that everybody's paying for the hours for the water department. That's all, it's a billing issue.
This goes back to the ordinance, to the capital bond ordinance that was taken out. It gets charged to that.
The capital bond?
Yeah.
So Bob's going to do that work underneath that bond?
All of the, we can charge it to the bond.
That's what you're going to do?
Right.
Okay. Right, we needed a letter saying the building was clean for the demo permit. And so we gave him a notice to proceed on 10/2. And then we didn't give him a letter that the building was clean till 12/13. So that was like 2 months later. And then they got the demo permit on 1/3, right? So I mean, when you just look at this right here, you have, they're supposed to start October, like 1st. Yet they really couldn't even get started until January, the first week in January or so. You know what I mean? So I'm not looking at this as like this is an issue so much with the contractor. The roof redesign, that's something we all went through. Electric utility redesign. Do you know anything about that?
Somewhat. I know we went from a single phase to a 3-phase.
And why would we need a 3-phase? Because normally PSE&G or Elizabethtown, whoever is the provider, doesn't really want to provide you 3-phase service to something that's so small like this that you're not a manufacturing. So why would we design a 3-phase system?
Generally, elevators require a 3-phase.
Oh, that's right. We do have an elevator. Yes.
And it could have been also, and maybe the loads changed on the mechanical equipment. I thought I saw something about the equipment being changed as well.
Okay, so we have 3-phase now is what you're putting in.
Yeah.
Right, and the elevator, right, that was submitted on 10/26. It wasn't even approved till 2/14. Like, any jobs I did, and don't get me wrong, architects and engineers, right, I get it, you guys like to take forever. I mean, you're on the management side,
Yeah.
though. So
I
we can
push 'em.
blame,
I
we can
push.
blame the engineers. But at the end of the day, 2 weeks is sufficient. If they take longer than 2 weeks for an approval time, then it's sitting on someone's desk. Someone actually isn't working on it.
Unless it's a revise and resubmit, and then you cycle twice, but,
Now, I mean, where I'm going with this is, and I've been saying this for years, right? And my council colleague just, he tried to, I guess, cover for the administration and the mayor, right? And saying they don't do this for a living, right? The fault in that concept is the mayor. That is his job. That is the administration's job. Their job is to build the projects. Their job is to make sure they have the right professionals to do this, okay? That's what their job is. Public safety, the buildings we have to do, maintenance. This is all part of what the job is, not to say we don't do this all the time, okay? And when this came up, I've been asking for a construction manager since before day one on everything we do. Okay, and I want to go on the record here. I want the business administrator, I'd like this whole council body to see what I've been talking about. This is the problem right here. This is what the change order is about. Because if we would have had a construction manager at the beginning, during the design phase, this would not be here. None of this would be here. You would not have started the project on the 2nd of October. You would have waited until you had your design done properly and everything was vetted out, right? And I spoke about this, but nobody on the body wanted to hear about it. Nobody in the administration wanted to hear about it. Now, thank you, Sonia, because eventually, right, when we sat down after you gave me the minutes to the meeting, and I told you that you're going to have $500,000 in change orders coming, and I know you were upset at that time because that's the first you heard of it, and I know that you then got on everybody's case there for that. I mean, I acknowledge that because I heard. But where I'm going is that this has to take place at the beginning. If we continue doing this and not starting at the beginning like this, this continues. This is irresponsible and it's reckless. And it's what I've been saying has been happening here. The closing on Glendale has nothing to do with you. But same thing, trying to push things forward without having everything done is a big issue that I see.
Councilman, I can tell you that in the school world, K-12, they just passed legislation for any project over 12.5 million, you're obligated to hire a construction manager.
Very good.
I think it's 19A versus you fall under 40A.
And there's a big difference between a construction manager and an architect and an engineer. And I have nothing against architects or engineers, but they don't do follow-up. They're not like ADD driven, okay? Where construction managers got that, where they're just on top of everything.
Yeah, we represent you. They're and nothing against them by any means.
Yes.
Some of them are my best friends, but we're here to represent your and protect your interests. Where they're there to build a building and do a lot of other responsibilities, but we're here to make sure that it gets done right, and everybody does their job.
So, I mean, in closing, I do feel a gun's held to my head, right? I do think that we put ourselves in this. I mean, I'm here part of the body. I didn't vote to do this like this. Everybody else did, and this is why we're paying $500,000, because I'm saying it's irresponsible the way that we proceeded. I believe the contractor is entirely right, except that you're going to give me those numbers come Friday so that at least I can say I feel assured, right?
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think I have a choice in this one. But listen, I thank you. I'm glad that you're on board. You're not looking, are you looking at the health center?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Because that's another one where it's going, I don't know what we're doing with it. But, right, we need somebody competent watching over this stuff. Thank you very much.
Yep. Oh, you're welcome. I will get you the information.
Councilor Prashna, I have only one request for Sonia. Given that, we are in the active litigation, which I'm not going to discuss, which is not fair for the vendor as well, but this vendor was put on the bill list, like not the bill list, but as a vendor for architectural services, which this council pulled for a separate vote, and we took that vendor out. I'm surprised that the vendor was there on the vendor list. My question is, will you be able to give some backup document about the litigation? So that this body knows that there is real litigation that is happening.
Certainly, I'll talk to our counselor about, in closed session, if you'd like, at the next meeting. We can certainly bring that up.
Sure, because I don't need verbal, I need something that's printed, there is a document, it's signed, it's filed in a court so that we all know that we are going behind this architect. It's more than $500,000. It's not fair for the taxpayers. Thank you, Council President.
All right. Anyone else for 11, Department of Planning and Engineering? Okay, we're going to move on to Public Works. Just A, street opening. Questions? Okay. 13, Department of Water and Sewer, A.
Council President,
Yes.
this is $9.5 million note. Is this for the Cap Bank, Kim or Sonia? What this note will be used for?
This is,
Yes. It's for the smart meters and water line replacements.
Okay, this is for the smart meter. Have we
Yes.
replaced all the smart meters prior or no?
No,
Smart
this is
hydrant, sorry.
Oh, this is for hydrants.
let me go back to, so right now, where the process is that DEP approved it. So part of the process, we come to this body to award or go out to bid with the, actually award the contract, if I'm not mistaken, under this bond ordinance.
Yeah, yes, the resolution provides for the funding for those projects, but we won't begin drawing them down until the projects are ready to proceed.
Okay, so it's not yet went out for the bid, right?
Yes.
Okay. And is this $9.5 million is part of any of the current bond, or this is a separate note altogether?
This was part of the bond ordinance that we adopted back in 2024.
Okay. So this is, carving out $9.5 million for the hydrant. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. 14, A and B, Chief of Fire. Questions?
Council President?
Yes.
On B, it's surprising. It's February 8. We're on 10th of
Yes.
February.
This was was this carried over from the last agenda? Yeah.
Did the firework happen or? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
They were approved by the state, so that, I went through all that.
Okay. Chief of Police, we're removing A because it's a duplication of A on the last one, but B. Okay. And from the Township Clerk, resolutions appointing members of the Zoning Board and council member to the Planning Board. Questions? All right, we now move on to the regular meeting, and I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right. Clerk, could you read the ordinance for the motion to introduce?
This ordinance restores the public speaking time to 6 minutes during the public comment portions of the public meetings.
Okay. And, all right, is this council comments on that? No. Okay, all right, so we need a motion to introduce?
Council President?
Yes.
I move this ordinance be passed first reading, published according to the law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Wednesday,
26.
February 26, 2025.
Okay, second?
A second.
Okay, all right. Here. The council comments? Yeah, let's move to council comments.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, I will not be supporting introduction, as I had explained previously, I'm open to reconsidering. However, since the implementation of the ordinance itself, we've had 3 meetings. So from a data point to see how 4 minutes actually works in the format, I would like to just see how it goes. That's all. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Council President, I also will not be supporting the introduction of this resolution, this ordinance. It's been 2 meetings since we've adopted this, and I have not seen a resident come to the microphone who could not fit in the time of what they expected to speak on, nor, for those who come here a lot, have had the availability to speak to any one of us at any time, and I think everyone on this day has picked up the phone or answered an email for them. And for good government to move forward, and for the amount of people watching this meeting who'd like to see the meeting move forward, there are situations where different residents take advantage of the time frame to filibuster and just stand there, and I have the right to stand here and just hold time. And it happens over and over again. So I'm open to seeing how this goes and what cannot be fit into the time frame and take it from there. So therefore, I'm not going to be supporting it. But as I mentioned before, for anyone who comes here, who needs to reach me after this meeting, I would stay after this meeting to speak to you, like I've done in the past. And you also can email me. For those who disagree, and there must be a count of people who disagree, so I'm open to all the emails that you feel I'll be getting. You're welcome to email me at jcoyle@edisonnj.gov. Again, it's at jcoyle@edisonnj.gov. Please leave me in detail what you'd like to discuss, and I will certainly help in any way I can. Thank you.
Other council comments?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Shmuel.
I too will not be supporting this ordinance. I said it before, I'll say it again. I think that anyone can make a point in under 4 minutes. And I think the 4-minute speaking time will encourage more people to come and speak at our council meetings. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Council President, I will also not be supporting this ordinance introduction at this moment. I think it needs more time to reevaluate before we make any changes. Thank you.
Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I don't know. We've had it for 6 minutes. I counted up the public's extra minutes, and it's irrelevant. It's inconsequential at the end of the day. Takes up approximately, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people. If they all get up and speak, and it's 2 minutes, that's 18 minutes. That the meeting will be longer, and this is basically what we kind of have, really. And I don't mind sitting here for 18 minutes for the public that comes in here. What we've spent more time and money, which is sickening, is the whole constitutionality of free speech, okay? This body has spent, I myself have spent well over 100 hours reading court documents and transcripts and things like that. I know our attorneys, we had to pay them at least 50 grand so far, if not more, to try and curb vulgar language or aggressive language or whatever it is. And at the end, during my comments, I've written a whole response to all of this, and I think where we really are with it. But that's during my discussion items. So for me, the extra minutes for the public, it's inconsequential. Okay, it's not going to help this meeting get done any faster or any slower. In fact, I would challenge my council colleagues to tell me that, I'll tell you what, the next agenda, if you'd like, right, all of you, we'll have the meeting go to like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning if you'd like, because I'm sure we can make that kind of happen, right? Just with our agenda items, with the public and everything. And it's not going to have any effect on the public whatsoever. You know what I mean? So it's not the public that's the problem. It's the agenda. It's the way the administration speaks to the council body, okay? That inherently is the problem. I met with Lou Renaud, I guess like a week or so ago, before I left for vacation. And what he told me was back in the 90s when he was here, he spent an inordinate amount of time with the council people. At the time, there were Republicans on the council. So as any good administration would want, they would try and get a 7-0 vote, right? And to get a 7-0 vote, what you need to do is you need to bring in all the council people. You need to speak to them all. You need to moderate certain things. Like, you know, I might say the containers cost $90,000. We could have got them for 60. You know what? You say, you know, I'll tell you what, we'll pull that for a week. We'll put it on the next meeting. And the next meeting it goes on and we save $30,000. Councilman Brescher is happy, right? But I told Lou that is not what his firm and this mayor is doing now. So Sam Joshi is definitely no George Spadoro, that's for sure. But he recognizes that that inherently is the problem. Because if the council here was in tune with what's on this agenda and we were in agreement to what all this was, there wouldn't be the discourse and these meetings would not go on that long. It is not the public's 18 minutes that you're trying to take right here by saying that they can get it out in 4 minutes. Yeah, they can. They got to be speed speakers. I mean, at the end of the day, it's this body that has caused this problem. And I've said it over and over, okay? I was here, Councilman Coyle was here, AJ was here. We were here before with Lanky, when Lanky was here. And these issues at that time didn't happen with the same cast of people that we have here. They're the same people. The only thing that changed was the law firm and the mayor. That's what changed. So when people ask me what happened, that's what happened. It's not the 2 minutes for the speakers because they had enough time. Go back and watch the meetings. I challenge any one of you that's new up here to go watch the meetings when Lanky was here. Christo was here. He was here. But it's just, like I said, a different mayor, different council. So you guys need to make an educated decision and say, where is the real problem? And stop saying it's the public, because it's not the public for their 18 minutes that these people would want to talk, even if they did. So yes, I definitely support this, because this speaks and says this is for the public. This isn't about letting council people go home early because they don't want to get along with the administration or whatever the problem may be. I'm here for the people elected me. I'm here to do their work, not my own. Thank you.
Brescher, Councilman Patil?
Council President, again, I heard you during your speech as a council president, and this was your promise. As a councilman, it's my, I would say, the courtesy to extend to my council president to support your vision. And that's why I will be supporting this. But coming back to the point that my council colleague raised, it's about 16, 18 minutes. We took how many hours? 2.5 hours? This body is discussing about the agenda. Residents are waiting patiently and politely. Why can't we give those 2 minutes extra for them? Again, you are elected by those people. You are here because of them. And if you're not willing to listen to the public, I don't think any of these council members have any right to be on this dais. I'm pretty sure this is an election year and people will remember who are for the resident and the taxpayers and who are not. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Let me
Council President, I just want to add one,
excuse me. What?
I just want to add one small thing.
No, I think I'd rather give my remarks.
fine.
All right.
No problem.
Thank you. I reintroduced this for this agenda, not really expecting that I would get the 4 votes that would be needed to put this back on, but I couldn't agree more with what Councilman Brescher and Councilman Patil have said about this. We have just, in talking about a couple of these resolutions, we've just heard a lot of filibustering, and I'm not saying that necessarily in a pointy finger kind of way, but there's been a lot of filibustering from our council members here, asking questions and wanting to really suss things out. And the public has sat here patiently waiting and listening to this. And so I think, as Councilman Patil just said, if they are here to listen to us drone on, then for these extra 2 minutes, we owe that to the public to listen to those extra 2 minutes of whatever they have to say. I've said since 2022, when this first came up and I think we just tabled it, I've said from 2022 when this first came up, it's not about the minutes. It's not about the number of minutes. It's about the way the minutes are handled and the way they're managed. And so we had this situation last fall where we had the very unfortunate situation with the whole thing about the props and the flag turns into flags and all of that. And that was a very unfortunate thing that opened up a Pandora's box. And then to put the icing on the cake, we had the taking away of the 6 minutes and moving it to 4. So I don't know, my council colleagues seem to think that we need to see how the 4 minutes works out. I disagree, respectfully, I disagree with the council colleagues. No one likes to have their time taken away from them. It's by no fault of the public that this time was taken away from them. Do some people use the 6 minutes and they just want to use up the 6 minutes? Yes, they do, but it's their right to do that. So I am just as adamant about this as I was in 2022, and I'm going to make sure this comes back on the agenda again. I'm not done with this. Thank you. Okay. So we are now moving to the roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
No.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes for introduction.
Councilmember Pointer.
No to introduction.
Councilmember Shmuel.
No.
Council President Harris.
Yes,
It did not pass.
it did not pass. Okay, let's move on to 2244. Could you read the ordinance?
Ordinance adds a residential parking zone to a section of Chapel Street.
Okay, motion to introduce?
Council President,
Yes.
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing is set down for Wednesday, February 26, 2025.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, council comments? Okay, seeing none, let's go to roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay. We now move to public comment on the resolutions. Can we have a motion to open the public comment? No, we don't need to do that? Okay, all right. Public comment on the resolutions. Joyce?
Ship Freeman, Edison, New Jersey. First, I'll start off with the printing, like Councilman Patil was talking about. Now, the reason why I feel like this is political, and I'll bring you all my stuff in, because when you're sending out political stuff, because it says negative stuff about Councilman Patil and Councilman Richard Brescher. Now, this is the part that kills me. If everybody's a Democrat, then you wonder why the Republicans get in. Why would you send out information negatively about the people you sit next to? I do recall Sam Josie voted no to mostly all the Tom Lanky stuff. He didn't send out any mail. He's not childish or foolish. He did not send out any mail. Next, moving right along. The market for affordable housing, I know that like the back of my hand. I know that private, public, and all that. And that's the problem that we're having with private, public, that after they're there for a little while, they can cause problems. And plus, a lot of landlords don't take Section 8. So there's a lot of people there moving around like that. Now, for the sports building, when I was sitting up there, it started off at $5 million. Then it went to $10 million. So they didn't start off at no $10 million. It started off at $5 million. It started off as a small project. But as the person that was standing here, had he been there in the beginning, we'd have had the price from the beginning, okay? At all. So You got to rush through this. I got to listen to you talk foolishness and ask 50 questions over and over again, back and forth to each other, back and forth, back and forth. But you think that I'm paying you, but you tell me, oh, you can't have but 4 minutes, okay? So that's what part that kills me about this whole setup here. I don't know, I need some grown-ups sometime. Now, the infrastructure bank and the money pertaining to that. Now, I know for a fact that we owe a lot of money in bonds, and everybody's trying to keep this secret. Maybe it's election year, they're trying to keep it secret, but the more money we have to put on, actually, for this, for the water conditions, because it's so bad here. But I want you to remember, the mayor voted no for every water project until it blew up, all right? Until it blew up in his face. Now, I'm talking to you people that don't live on the north side of town. So first of all, you don't live on the north side of town, and that's, oh yeah, I ran into the other day I had a problem there in this same spot on 076 here because it was a water main break. That was the first one I seen on the north side. In this location on Inman Avenue, like he was discussing earlier on Inman Avenue, up the street, Tingling, there's a train going up there. Then when you get to Inman, there's a train going that way. So let me see, if the train's backed, if you backed up, because remember, those trains come infrequently, all right, because I've been stuck behind them. They come infrequently. So with all these lights and stuff going on, I know somebody got killed there before on Inman Avenue because of the lights, because of the stuff there, and that's why they filled it up with the train thing, all right? But putting that light there, it's like you go up, you turn over, whatever. And to me, this study would probably do better on Calvert. That's where the major accidents are, because I travel this a lot. Like Council President Margot, I travel that a lot because we cut through. We're going on to Westfield, or we're going to Scotch Plains, or we're going somewhere. So I know I'm very frequent with that. Y'all don't live on that side of town. Y'all not frequent with that. You don't know what a major problem that it poses there. Everybody says that. I'm okay with it because it's not going to disrupt anything by me. But how many lights are you going to put on that street? And if you wanted to put a real light there where the real danger is, you go up at the end of that street on Inman, and you got to peek out on Raritan to see if you can make it out. That's the very dangerous intersection. So I don't understand why the real dangerous intersections are not being taken care of.
Thank you, Joyce.
All right, I know my time is up
Yeah,
because,
thank you.
4 minutes and all this money.
Thank you. Okay, Rob?
Rob Cantos, 61 Meadow. About the refrigerator magnet, the $6,000. Since I was a little kid, on the refrigerator, we had the police phone number, little cop car stuck right there. I got this refrigerator magnet in the mail, and when I looked at it first, I honestly thought it was if I wanted to date the mayor. If I want to go out with him, invite him out for a drink or something. It says Edison Township, and in the same size font, it says Mayor Sam Pip Joshi. I can't even read the Edison Township phone number at the bottom without my glasses on. Then it has the mayor's personal Instagram account, Mayor Sam Joshi, and his personal Facebook account. What if I'm having a heart attack in front of my fridge? What am I calling the mayor? What's he gonna do? Come to my house? I mean, and honestly, I really don't want to date the mayor. I don't want to go out for drinks with him. That's a bad subject. $6,000 for these refrigerator magnets. They don't even have the police phone number on them. They don't have an emergency services phone number. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Has a QR code on it. I get it. I know what to do with the QR code. I can scan it. It will bring me to the request form. My grandmother can't scan it. She has no clue what that code is. She might think you check out with it at the supermarket. It's absolutely ridiculous. $6,000 for campaign materials. And then It says hashtag or pound, whatever you guys prefer to call it these days, getting things done. What does that have to do with Edison? I mean, been in Edison 50 years. Actually, my birthday's in the 20th. I'll be 50. Been in Edison 50. I'm in my 50th year, I guess we could call it. Since when is getting things done the Edison slogan? I mean, what happened to let there be light?
Donald Trump's getting stuff done.
Oh, yeah, well,
Right?
I'm really upset about that magnet. I really am. I mean, mayor could have put his name on there like every mayor does, put it down at the bottom, could even made it big, but I mean, really, not even the police phone number? I mean, that's just ridiculous. That's all I got.
Thank you. Anthony?
Anthony Diamond, 25 Wiley. First of all, it should be hashtag over budget, Rob. That's probably what it should be. But first thing, for anybody that, if you, what you guys were talking about whether or not a city, this is turning into a city, go ask any South Edison resident if the south end of town is turning into a city. As a matter of fact, go talk to the officers about response time. I'm sure response time has changed over the last couple of years. And you need to go look at the definition of at the Census Bureau to find out what a city, what you need to do to qualify to be a city.
Anthony, I just need you to speak to the resolutions.
Yeah, no, I'm getting to it. I'm getting it. In terms of the, let's see, the sports complex, everybody talked about it. Sorry, I got a lot of notes here. Oh, the appointments. We're a township full of a lot of residents with a lot of backgrounds, a lot of qualifications, okay? And I think everybody up in the desk would probably agree with that statement. Why is it that we continually, I'll use the word, recycle individuals for these different appointments, all right? I actually know both of these individuals for these appointments regarding the I guess it's the environmental thing, and then the zoning board. All right, one is was a former Board of Ed member who just lost. Nothing against him, but and the other individual is one of the mayor's closest friends. As we all know, he's one of his closest friends in town hall quite often. He sits on the Middlesex County Zoning Board or Planning Board. Okay, I believe that he sits on the state. There's a state board that he sits on. I'm not sure what it is, but he's on a state board they put him on. So he's been rewarded handsomely here. And now we're going to put him on the environmental committee. There's nobody else. So I'd like to make a suggestion. The mayor puts out the illuminator every single month or quarterly. Why doesn't he add to the illuminator then the deadlines for these dates to apply for these positions? It's almost like it's done in secret. So to get more applicants. And I also like to know, anybody else apply for these positions? It seems like we're just using the same individuals who are very close confidants to the mayor. So, I mean, nobody else has an issue with this. There's no other person qualified for these boards. So, I could probably get you some people. I know people that would definitely be interested in these positions. I will. I absolutely will. I know a few that would love to do it, Joyce. You're absolutely right. And the sports complex, just an absolute, somebody needs to be held accountable. When this is all said and done, somebody needs to be held accountable with this over budgeting. Now it's till next year. It's sad, and the kids suffer. That's who suffers. The children suffer, who want to use these facilities, and the taxpayer who's flipping the bill. And this isn't monopoly money. The guy came up here before and he's throwing. These are big numbers. They're not small numbers. These are big numbers, and people in this room are flipping the bill. So I think it needs to be taken a little more seriously. Thank you, Council President.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on his statement. Just about when you were saying, can't we pick anyone? Earlier, I asked Council President, you might have not have been here then, that's a mayor's appointment. So this body, we don't even get to approve the mayor's appointment, right, to the environmental committee. And trust me, I do understand. He does do a lot. The mayor has a lot of the same people, does everything. And yes, 100% with the accountability. But again, that goes back to, I warned this body, I warned the administration, right? I told everybody that this was gonna happen if we didn't hire someone that was a professional. But they didn't want to listen to me. And so this 500,000 falls squarely on this body and that administration, okay? That's whose fault it is. It's not the contractors, okay? It's not the architect. Architects make problems. They do have issues. But they didn't have anybody over watching it and overseeing it that was qualified to do it, like I asked. That'd be it, Council President.
Council President.
Yes.
As far as the Environmental Commission, I think Socket is definitely well qualified. I don't know how other people can say that they have eligible candidates for the Environmental Commission. Is it possible? Yes, but I'd love to see people start coming to attend the meetings and check in attendance, because the Environmental Commission does not have a lot of attendees. And if Maria Orchards was here, she can tell you, it's less involved as you would think. It is challenging to find people who want to be on the Environmental Commission. So I'd love to start by, please offer your people to stop by. We'll keep attendance and see where they start getting involved and see where they qualify to be a member. And I certainly would support those who are active to become members, because I highly doubt people will show up. Volunteering is very, sir, I'm not asking.
Anthony.
Listen, it's just not your guy. Most of this is just.
Anthony, you're out of order.
Listen, I'm open. Please send your people. We'll have an attendance present. I'm sorry you're holding up your time, sir. We'll have an attendance present, and we'll see where other people attend and where they qualify to be involved. And I certainly will support merit-based people involved. Thank you.
Okay, Mikey?
How you doing? Good evening. Council President Harris, I'm allowed to speak on the ordinance, the restoring time to 6 minutes?
No, unfortunately, no. It's
Okay.
just resolutions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on resolutions only? Okay, do we need to make a motion to close? Oh, okay.
Edward Lefty Grimes, sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 fighting for cannabis patients' rights and the rights of the disabled. I don't have the agenda, but let me ask you. I've been fighting for a traffic light in Bayonne for years, and we went through the traffic study, and we got a stop for pedestrian sign at this intersection. And it's not very easy to get this light, so I don't know. I'm not sure how it seems like it's so easy, but how much is your light going to cost? Because from what I understand, they're between $500,000 and $800,000. Is that pretty much the range we're looking at?
I'm going to just hold all your questions until the end.
Okay. So $500,000 to $800,000 is a traffic light. So if that light is really needed, sure. I don't know the area, so I can't say if it's needed or not. But I will say this: what is needed? You have blind people in this town. You also have a Lions Club in this town. Support blind people. And I think the Lions Club should get involved in this and retrofit all of your traffic lights so that they're ADA compliant for blind people. Talking lights, like the message on my wheelchair. It says here on my wheelchair, we're fighting for a talking traffic light for the blind. That's my energy, and I think that should be your energy to help blind people. You do have a Lions Club in Edison. Maybe you should reach out to them. They're local. They fight for blind people in Edison. I'm sure you can get these traffic lights retrofitted. That's something that's definitely needed without even looking at it. That I could tell you right now. There's blind people that need your help. The other thing was the 10 grand, whatever that is, that number that you throw out there. The 10 grand on the ADA compliant intersection, is that for like 4 curb cutouts? It seems to be something like that, because it's certainly not a traffic light. Or is it a stop for pedestrian sign? So that's my second question. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So starting with the traffic light, the cost, was that what, Lefty, was that what your question was? Yes.
I have to get back to you with that figure.
Okay. And the 10 grand for the ADA, his question about that?
For curbing.
Curbing? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Anyone else on resolutions? Yes, sir.
My name is Vinny, and as far as the resolution authorizing for the third, what is that, the third, for the sports building. There are companies that, you know, see the plans, and I do this for a living. There's companies that see the plans where they see single phase and where they know it needs 3-phase. They bid low on purpose because they know they're going to get this change order. And like Brescher said, having someone to oversee that kind of stuff is, I mean, it's needed. I mean, I work for a company that does the same thing. We take advantage of the situation. I mean, it is what it is. I bid jobs for Edison myself, so I see these things, you know. Yeah, I mean, the third change order, that's kind of crazy. I can definitely see like 2, but I say you try to fight this, stop the project. I mean, it's going to cost you more. I mean, what if there's a 4th change order because they missed something else? You know, it's crazy. It seems like it's never going to end. That's all I got to say there.
Thank you. Anyone else on resolutions only? Okay, do I need to motion to close?
Motion to close the public portion?
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, anything to pull for a separate vote on the consent agenda?
Council President,
Yes.
038, 061, 068,
Wait, can you just slow down? 38, 61, what else?
68.
68.
38, 61, 68, yes, right?
Yes, okay. Anyone else?
You have 68,
Yeah, that's
you have
what.
69,
Not 69.
and 70.
Okay, so 68. So far we have 38, 61, 68, 69, and 70. Anyone else? Anything else? Okay. So in that case, we're looking to approve 39 through 60, and then 62 through 67, and then 71 through 76. If I got that. Okay, so can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, and can we get a roll call from you?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay, approved. All right, start with 038.
Council President, I would like to pull the 2 line items that we briefly spoke for the separate vote, and the rest I'm okay to, in the disbursement.
I'm sorry, I didn't
In the
understand.
disbursement list, there were 2 line items, they
Wait,
were linked with the printing.
The print,
Yes.
You're asking to remove that one? Is that what
Not
you're saying?
remove, pull that out for a separate vote.
Pull that out
Rest
for a
I'm
separate
okay
vote?
to approve, yes.
Okay. Can we pull that out for a separate vote?
Yeah, we have done that in past.
Okay. Okay. 61, change order. Was that you?
Are we
Council?
voting on 38 right now, or we are going one by
We're on
one?
38.
Oh,
first.
okay, I'm sorry. All right, on 38. Yes.
The line item of which,
So that was of the.
Printing the magnets.
The mailings, the mayor's mailing.
Councilman Patil, make your motion.
Just a point of clarification, I think you might have mixed up the disbursement reports because I don't see that one on 38. You might be thinking of the second one.
Oh, 56.
I know that's a logistic thing, but
Yes, I think it's 56.
Yeah, that's a
John's
56.
right, it is 56.
Yeah,
Yep, not 38,
it's
56.
56, not
Thank you,
39.
John.
Yeah, good catch.
A motion to approve 38.
Second.
so you,
Wait.
all right, so 38 now is good and approved as it was.
Yes.
Okay, so,
So the first,
all right, so, yeah, so we have to add that as the approval.
56 is going to
Do
be
a roll call
pulled.
for that?
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
okay.
you pulled it now, so now
Right.
we got a
Okay, so-
motion.
Just point of
Okay.
clarification, let BA confirm.
Wait.
So
There's a motion and there's a second, so we
Okay.
should do
Okay, so,
Councilman Patil.
Is that
was the
correct?
First, and the second was Joe?
okay, all right, so the roll call on 38?
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
Okay, so that's,
All right,
so now,
so now it's
56.
56.
all right. 56.
Okay, all right. And
Did we already approve 56?
We just
Oh, we
30.
had approved, yeah, we had approved
Oh, we
56,
approved
yeah.
it already, under consent agenda. We approved 56 under the consent agenda.
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah,
I thought it was about.
Mr. Attorney.
It's been moved, seconded, and approved. You're on Resolution 61.
okay, all right. 61.
Oh, 60.
Yeah, all right. Councilman Patil, I think you had pulled 61?
Yeah, 61 is, I think, we have we had an opportunity to negotiate with the vendor. I don't know how far we can stretch. I do support continuing this project, but again, this is not acceptable. It's crossing $11.6 million at this point in time. I would request this council to see if we can probably pull this, if everyone agrees, and further negotiate.
Council President?
Yes.
I think it's well established that us pulling it will cause issues, so I would not be in favor of pulling it and holding it. I agree, this should not have happened, but there should be a correction made moving forward. I emailed out to Sonia in terms of an ordinance to be drafted for anything that's bid over $5 million needs to have a construction manager attached to it. So moving forward, we should not run into these issues. And I think this should be a lesson learned that moving any project that we do that's a significant amount, we should try to be mindful that we try to avoid any cost. But yeah, in this particular case, I think we are all kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even though we don't want to move forward, even though we have our objections, I think the right call here is to move forward.
Council President, I
Council-
just want to support Councilman Patel's idea to have construction management up to a certain amount in a contract. It's super important. I do give credit to my council colleague who's talked before about construction management I've agreed with. It's important to have some oversight, and this is certainly a way we can start controlling more projects. So looking forward to that ordinance being drafted and passed. Thank you.
Council President.
Council Vice President?
Thank you. I agree with the sentiment about the dollar value. I'm going to utilize some of my construction contract background, like just my understanding. We are in between a rock and a hard place on this particular item. And I think my colleague at the end would agree with me in the sense when it comes to completion dates as to why that may be problematic from a township perspective, depending on the final language. But given that circumstance and given that we have hired a construction management firm to oversee the project and hopefully everything now has corrected course, I will support the resolution. As I stated before, I am not happy with the fact that we are here, but my opinion is that if this were to not proceed, that dollar figure will go up substantially, not only from the actual change order perspective, but from potential litigation. So I will be supporting it. Thank you, Council President.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go back. I intend on supporting this. I don't like it. I've said from the beginning that, listen, our mayor is a young mayor that didn't have life experience. That's the bottom line fact, and that's why we're here. But right now, the only thing we can do is vote no, which, Councilman Patil, that would be the most logical choice at this point to table it so we can look at it. But this contractor is going to want to get paid. In fact, I was out at that site today, and I don't think I seen anybody there working. And it wasn't lunchtime. And it wasn't really cold. So I don't really know what was going on out there. I don't even know that they're actually working on the site now. So that was a concern of mine. I wasn't going to bring that up before, but yeah, it was just out there. Does anybody go out there on a daily basis, Sonia?
We do have someone there in that one of those trailers that's there on a daily basis. That's a project manager.
Okay, so we could just knock on the door then. I mean, there were no workers anyway, so maybe the project manager was there.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, I don't see any choice in this. This is just the unfortunate incident of having an experienced mayor, that's all. So we have to pay, and we have to pay more. That would be it. I'm going to support it.
Okay. Yes.
I don't see a significant issue of pulling this until the next council meeting, until we get all the background information. I received all this information on Friday afternoon. I didn't even look at it until Monday morning. I couldn't even ask questions. And to put it on us with, like you said, with a gun to our head, I think it's a little haphazard of us to just go ahead with a 500,000 plus change order without seeing any background information. And honestly, I think that we could bring that number down even further if we negotiate. So if we pull this for another meeting, let the BA and the administration do what they need to do, let Collier do what they need to do to sharpen the pencil and also get us more information to make an educated decision. I don't think we're going to incur significant charges. Specifically, like you said, there was no one there today. You know, the list of people that were listed on this change order are not working there daily as of now, from my understanding. So another 2 weeks, I don't think would hurt us.
Sonia, I wanted to ask you, what about that? What are the consequences of pushing this ahead to 2 weeks?
I guess there's additional fees incurred. There's push forward with the project. So there are certainly delays to this, both monetary and timing.
As for myself, I think we're all in this position that we're holding our noses on this one. I don't think any of us is happy with this change order. For myself, I really do think that we need to move forward. I don't see another way forward on this except for to move forward, and we have to insist that they do better. And I think the project manager is in fact a way forward on this. But I would not be for tabling this for another 2 weeks. Thank you.
Council President.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Being that we did ask for these numbers, right? Total general conditions divided into those numbers, right? Because you originally had a contract. We all seen it. There was a general conditions line item that was made up of maybe 10 or 15 numbers. It might have had project manager, superintendent, labor, a whole thing. When you total them all up, if you divided I think it was 18 months, into that number, that would tell you what that number is worth per month, right? We didn't receive that. They're going to get that to us by, we said, Friday. If we tabled this, would you be amenable to, let's say, have a emergency meeting next Wednesday, just for us to come in to approve this? So all that we're really looking at losing is, like a week. And in a week, I don't think is that much time or cost, right? I mean, this thing, they've been negotiating for 3 months. Again, like I said, if you had that administration that was working with the council body, like Lou Bernone told me he did in the 90s, right? We would have all been aware of this change order. We would have known about this. We would have been partaking in that communication with the administration over the last 3 months, but that's unfortunately not how this mayor operates. So would you be amenable if we pulled this or we put it up for a vote to table, and then if we needed an emergency meeting so we could do this next week, I mean, it wouldn't be till 12 o'clock at night. It would just be a short meeting because it's just.
Let me put this to our council colleagues. What are everyone's thoughts about
Council President,
moving this back?
I'm definitely caught in difficult position here, but two things I definitely think have to happen to move forward here. First, as Councilman Patel said, we must have a construction manager on every project over $5 million. Furthermore, I think, like one of the residents or speakers mentioned who's in the business, and this is certainly not new to the business, the language of a bid is written, and the response to a bidder is well aware of how to take advantage of the town and bid within the specs. And they know there's going to be a catch-all later on. Nothing's all-inclusive. This is not a cruise ship where you get everything done. Contractors are looking for that add-on. They're looking never to pay more than they need to. It's a union process. It's bid, and we need to get better at making sure that the language matches a contractor's move to get around us. And that's a big issue here that's happening, and the guy just came up and said it. I bid and I look for you guys. We look for the mistake. We angle at just giving you the bare basics to fit into that bid spec. Does our purchasing agent, a qualified contractor, they put out what they need to put out according to spec, and people respond. So I wouldn't doubt that contractors throughout the state know better and know what to put in, and they are always in a position to not be liable and to get paid to further their contract because of the vague descriptions of a bid. It's no different than an environmental spill. They never say we're going to clean the whole spill, and it's sad that we are taking advantage of different times here, and this may be a situation. I can't prove that this second, but we definitely need oversight for that construction manager to look at the bid process with us to make sure that we don't get caught into a catch-all situation. So if I do choose to support this by vote, I will never do it again on this project.
Councilman Coyle,
Thank you.
the question at hand actually is about what Councilman Brescher was asking about having pulling this for today, getting more information, and then reconvening just on this issue next week. That's the question.
Council President, you need a motion and a second.
I'll propose a motion to table this item till our next council meeting that council president will set up.
Okay.
Because you have to pick a
Did
date.
you look at the calendar for next?
Well, I don't
Okay.
have, is there zoning? Lane, can you look?
Okay.
I didn't put the zoning in this chamber.
Be good.
Council President, it's never been done that we have to set up an emergency meeting for one resolution.
Can I try to
Does it-
clarify some
Yeah,
numbers?
Councilman Pointer.
I honestly believe that we would be making a legal mistake by delaying. And this is the only reason why I'm actually pushing this. But from the on the residential end, if I don't meet a completion date, I can go to the Consumer Fraud Bureau or whatever it is because the contractor didn't meet that date and be subject to, from the contractor side, if I was in violation of that, of 3 times damages. It can work out, in similar concept. So you had asked what the weekly number is. I just took what the amount that they have on the 2 items, broke out bi-weekly. I'm coming up $14,328 on a weekly basis. The change orders are from January 8th to November 25th, which is 321 days. Divide that by 7, that's 45 weeks. 45 weeks times the 14,328 is 657,041. This is coming at the 557. I just, in my humble opinion, I believe that even with the delay, if something were to happen, we would be opening ourselves up, and I just have to be honest in my opinion.
All right, now, Council President.
Thank you.
Since I'm an expert in this, like I've told my council colleagues over and over, but no one seems to want to listen ever, I'm going to explain that if this were held up by a week, there is no litigation. all right? I've done this for years. They don't have a claim to litigation if we hold this up for a week to take a look at the numbers. That doesn't jive, it doesn't happen, all right? Like I said, I've done this. I've warned this council body about hiring the right people and getting this stuff done. Council body doesn't want to support me. Now it just costs, the council body and this administration just costs this township $500,000. So, again, this is your opinion, right? I'm an expert in this, and I'm telling you that holding it up for a week is not going to cause any litigation. They've been negotiating this for 3 months. And that's all that was asked, Councilman Pointer.
Council President, excuse me, let me just ask
It was a
the,
Do a roll call on the.
Councilman Coyle, I want to ask the attorney to weigh in on this.
I'm going to need you to ask a more specific question. So if the question is, will tabling this to a special meeting for a week possibly affect your negotiations with the contractor? Possibly. If you're asking me whether tabling it to the next available meeting would affect the negotiations and completion date, definitely. Would it result in a claim? I haven't been part of the negotiations. Probably not. But I also don't think that that the numbers are going to change. I think what you've heard from your construction manager is he has negotiated this down by in excess of 20% from what they originally saw. In my experience, that's pretty good negotiating. Down.
Now, let me ask the councilor a
Council
question.
President?
Yes.
I think we have a construction manager now. I understand this was a prior error that we're correcting. We have a construction manager now. That is a lesson we learned. He is telling us that this is a good price. He's negotiated well. I believe that we may or we may not have a reduction. I don't know what the future holds, but I do know that we are going to be delaying it for some unknown benefit, which I don't see at this point, especially if our construction manager is telling us that, hey, this is the right call, we negotiated, this is what we have done. So I'm okay to move forward. I'm not even sure if we'll have this chamber for the council meeting come Wednesday. I don't know what will be available. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of, we're throwing a lot of variables into this mix, and it's not serving us well. So I would rather we move forward, but that is my opinion.
Okay. Councilman Brescher, if you wanted to make a motion, you can.
I'll make a motion to, like I said, I don't know where it goes at the end of the day. I know that it's not going to lead to litigation. I mean, that's not something that's even plausible. The contractor just wants to get paid. That's all he wants, and he wants to be compensated. And he's been negotiating with the township for months, as it was stated. But to come here today and not have the numbers to show us that comparison, like I was just talking with Mr. Pointer, Councilman Pointer, when he was pointing it out, that we had this times this, and that whole thing. I was asking for that during the meeting to get, right? But that wasn't what we got, right? But they could have done that. Right? He could have went and got it. Sonia could have got it. Ken could have got it. Somebody could have got it. Okay? But we didn't get it. So to save for a week, I think it's a fair request. It doesn't hurt anything. It goes back to the containers. Remember the containers that were the emergency of the town, so we should pay an
Council
additional
President,
30
point of
grand?
order. We have to vote.
Yes.
We've been on this
Can we
for
get a
an
motion?
hour.
Yeah, so if you want.
You're voting it or not voting for it?
If you wanted to make a motion to table
I
it
made
for
a
a week.
motion to table it.
All right,
I'll second that motion.
okay. Take a roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No to table.
Councilmember Patel.
No to table.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes to table.
Councilmember Pointer.
No to table.
Council President Harris.
No to table.
So now we
Can I get a
need to know-
motion to approve?
Now you need to move her in a second.
Second.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
It's approved.
Okay. We're now at 068. I don't know who pulled that one.
Council President?
Yes.
Yeah, is this member was interviewed, that's what I heard, right? Was interviewed by, who was the people, like who is in the committee who interviewed?
Okay. Council Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. It was myself, Councilman Patel, and Councilman Shmuel.
Okay. How many applications we received?
In total, there were 8 overall.
And all of them were interviewed?
Not everyone. We took the approach of first seeing who we felt were qualified. And I just want to be clear, we did not consult with the mayor on this whatsoever. I just want to make sure that that is.
Councilman Pointer, this is council appointment, so I'm not even talking about mayor, I'm just talking about.
It was a question brought up by a previous resident, so I didn't get to address it. I just want to make sure that there's clarification. The subcommittee took the approach of seeing who we felt from the resume perspective, we felt were the most qualified from the pool. We also did try, just as a point of clarification, because it was brought up from the library board appointments, to make sure that we got those recommendations to the council president ahead of the meeting, and making with our recommendation, asking her to disseminate that to the body so that there was the week time in review. I know that's not addressing your question directly, but.
Correct, and I have several questions, so I don't want to listen to the commentary. My questions are very straight. So it is based on the 3 of you, and I think Council President, you formed this committee, correct?
I had asked who wanted to be on this committee, and so I took these 3 people, yes.
Because I did not see your announcement of the committee to interview people, but anyway, I'll give the benefit of doubt. So you're saying that you 3 of you decided, these are only the few individuals you want to interview. Can you please name those individuals who you interviewed?
There were 4 that we requested for interviews. The 3 that we did interview were Doug Schneider, Casarito, and Anthony.
Council, it's really not appropriate to divulge people that were not chosen, but were part of the process.
The attorney, Mike.
I'm sorry. This is a council appointment to your zoning board of adjustment. The council subcommittee has made a recommendation. You should either be voting on that recommendation, either in favor or against. If
No.
you vote against, then the council subcommittee will go back to the drawing board and try to find another volunteer to serve on your zoning board of adjustment for no compensation.
Thank you for your suggestion, but I declined to take that suggestion. My question is still to the committee, which I was not aware. Council President didn't send that in the email who the members of the committee were. But regardless of that, if the committee has interviewed few people, I hope everyone looked at the background of those individuals and how they are politically connected to the mayor. You made the disclosure. Again, you can make the comment once I'm done. Is the same individual who ran for Board of Ed in 2023. Mayor fully funded, endorsed and fully funded his campaign. He ran again he lost. That's a whole different story. But again, do we really want to appoint somebody who is politically connected? And this is the council, who should be making that good choice of making sure that, we go out in public and find the good people. And this was an ask. And this was very same ask when Mayor Joshi was a councilman. He was sitting right on this dais and he was saying, hey, don't appoint any political connected people. Again, no offense. I have no issue individually with Doug Schneider. Is a great guy. He knows the businesses. He is successful in his life. But what I hate is appointing the politically connected people on the zoning board, because ultimately, this is how you lobby. And then when people come to the zoning board, there are already votes decided, unfortunately. Again, hence I would not be supporting this nomination.
Council President, could I just respond
Yes,
as part of the committee?
Councilman?
I appreciate Councilor Patil, what you're trying to do, but couldn't be further from the truth. This has nothing to do with the mayor. It has and everything to do with the people of Edison and who's capable of doing the volunteer work. We had 8 applicants. We narrowed it down to 4. We asked 4 people to come in for an interview. 1 did not. Out of the 3 that we interviewed, we found the 2 that we're recommending to be the most competent in doing the job, the most, that had the best background.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that feedback. Councilman Schmuel, in fact, you are the guy who we interviewed when we were appointing, this body was appointing you on a zoning board. Back then, Councilman Joshi objected on your nomination because he refused. He said, you're politically connected. But let me correct.
I'd like to go on the record. Yes. I'd like to go on the record to say that I had 0 conversations with Mayor Joshi about.
I'm not questioning about that conversation. The typical process is, somebody who is on the first alternate, if that person get a chance to be appointed as the full member, that really helps. So you're elevating the person and you are appointing a new person as an alternate. That's a simple math, right? Or simple theory, but I don't know. Again, you want to parachute somebody, politically connected person, God bless you guys.
Council President,
Councilman Coyle?
I think both applicants are qualified. One has been on the board for 2 years right now, is looking to serve again. And Doug Schneider is involved in the business community. He served in an elected official capacity. He understands. He's someone who's went through the process by 3 council members. And if Councilman Patil wants to revoke all people involved in committees or politics, then perhaps there could be a resolution or ordinance put together which would pretty much disqualify half of New Jersey for appointments. And we all know that. At the end of the day, simply put, this is not your guy, and that's why you're upset. Simply stated, it's what it is. I've been sitting up here 10 years. There's been plenty of situations it wasn't someone I may have supported, but I still voted yes. It's a council appointment. Doug is certainly qualified to do the job. And most important is this is a zoning board position to properly represent the residents of Edison and those who choose to invest in Edison and have a neutral position when voting to both fulfill the obligation of residents and protect them and feel the obligation of improving a property that's been sitting idle forever. Not an easy decision. And several of these board members were put on attack. People showed up at their house for projects that made no sense, that were an improvement to the community. But we have opposition that wants to stop everything, don't build anything, and it's what happens. But these are challenging positions, and they are not paid. People take the time out of their day. I think Doug is more than qualified, and I fully support this. And I do hear my colleagues, and when that resolution is put up, I'll certainly review it. But today, there's no resolution that states that, and we've had this practice before, and we've had other people involved that have been involved, and I'm glad that they have experience to come forth and serve the township of Edison.
Councilman Coyle, let me correct. So because you are putting quite a few allegations directly or indirectly, I never said Doug Schneider is not qualified person. What I said is, first he's politically connected, but more problem for me is Kyle, who is 2 years as a first alternate, could have been given a full position, and Doug could have been given an alternate position. Nothing to do with appointments. But this is a blunder, that's what I call.
Oh, and listen, I'm open, if able to be amended, I have no problem with amending and giving Kyle the opportunity to serve in that capacity and move Doug to that. That's the council president's call. And I hear you. I did see that. He's young, and I didn't interview him on what he wanted, and that would be something that the committee would tell whether he wanted to move up or not. I think that offer may have been on the table. I didn't speak to Mr. Porter, but I'm open to switch that call if that call needs to be made by the committee.
Council President, as a committee, we have the responsibility of putting the best people in the right position. And we felt that Doug was better suited to be on the zoning board in the full capacity, and Kyle to be as an alternate. That would put that board in the best position. It's not a question of time and who's served what. It's a question of who's going to be the most qualified.
I also, I just want to point out, too, that this is filling the unexpired term of Anthony Barone, who moved out of town, and this term ends December 31st of this year. So a new council can certainly, when this comes up next year, a new council can certainly make another decision if they so choose.
Council President?
Yes.
As part of the subcommittee, I think, first of all, we have a limited number of applicants. So we had to select between those applicants. Out of those applicants, we selected 4 because we thought that we were the best qualified. Upon interviewing, I personally felt that Doug was the best qualified candidate, especially since his dealing with New Brunswick and how he has dealt, especially in our community, he has the experience. You want someone with the most experience. Unfortunately, anyone who's active in the community will be known politically. He's been active, he's been wanting to help out Edison residents, and I think that's not a crime. I think that should be encouraged. And as a subcommittee, I would ask more residents to apply to these boards so we would have a bigger pool to choose from. I wish we had hundreds and we had to narrow it down from hundreds, and it was a problem I wish I had. Unfortunately, there was a narrow selection, and the reason we chose Doug as a primary is because he does have more experience, and we felt that Kyle could use the experience, and he would be a great asset to Edison in the future, and he could serve as a permanent member. But yes, I believe this is the right decision based on the work the subcommittee has done. If the council does not approve, I understand. We'll go back to the drawing boards and we'll wait for more applications to come in from the residents. Whoever wants to come in, we would love to have you. But as of right now, we had 8, and I believe these are the best candidates of those 8. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I believe that the legal advice we got earlier was wrong. Okay, and I'm going to just tell you why. This went to a committee. This committee cannot meet with the other council people up here in the back room to go through why you feel that someone that never sat on a zoning board or anything is more qualified than somebody that did sit there, even though he was an alternate. These are the questions. It's called council discussion, right? And that should take place like it just did here, not where we just vote no, okay? That's poor legal advice, in my opinion. Yes, Sam does have 4 votes on this council. The entire town sees it, right? So there's no question about that. It doesn't stop that we shouldn't have discussion. So that's where I say we had bad legal advice. Myself, I'm not supportive of it. One person sat there, obviously has some kind of experience. The new person coming in doesn't. He is politically connected, right? We all know that. The other guy, I don't know that he is, right? But I do know that he was there, so he's seen what had to happen. The new guy doesn't. So as far as telling me that he's more qualified, you guys on the committee have not articulated how he's more qualified because he built a restaurant in New Brunswick or something. You know what I mean? I just don't see where that is. So since you can't articulate why someone that's never been there is more qualified than someone that has been there, how do like, why should I vote for him? Just because the three of you said yes? I don't know. It doesn't pass the smell test.
I don't think it's prudent to embarrass anybody in public. So if you want to know the qualification, I'll be more than happy to tell you in the back room.
Should we take a break?
If you'd like.
Council President?
I've never had a break for an appointment of a position.
No, these questions could have been asked, they could have been asked, when the agenda came out on Friday, that you've had the weekend to look this over, and you certainly could have asked these questions. You're welcome to have reached out to me, and I could have directed you to the subcommittee. But no, I don't think taking a break. You can just vote it up or down as you wish. Councilman Pointer?
Okay.
Thank you. Just want to offer some clarifications. January 13th, we received an email from Council President. We met 2025 committee slots, which are as followed, which has zoning board appointments, myself, Councilman Patel, Councilman Schmuel. So it was established by Council President for the subcommittee back then. I will speak on, and I'll be brief, as to what I'm looking for. Yes, thank you. Why I believe the individual is qualified. I'm looking for someone, when an application is before the board, A, to view it fairly. B, when there is an item of concern, particularly from the resident perspective, that they can think outside the box and with experience what items may be able to be applied to an application as a condition of approval. Denying an application in the sense of just for the sake of denying, it's going to be challenged pretty much right away, and from a legal standpoint, not have much weight. So I'm looking for someone that will, in my understanding or my belief, be able to make those recommendations. There was consultation with the board, as our ordinance states. There was no negative feedback along that. I did provide to the council president additional information as to the backing of these selections. If that was not disseminated, I apologize. I didn't do it. But overall, I think in terms of how the board functions and in protection of what residents would like to see their boards do, I will be in support of the applicant. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to take a roll call on this now. We need a motion. You get a second?
Second.
I need a second. Someone going to second this?
Second.
Okay. All right. A roll call.
Councilmember Brusher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay. 069, Kyle Cerrito.
I think that wasn't pulled.
Oh, I thought it was.
I pulled it.
That was,
That was 068 we just
Yes,
voted on.
yeah.
Schneider.
yes.
Yeah, but now it's 6-9, I thought.
Yeah, 69 was
Yeah.
pulled too.
Sorry, my bad.
It was, it was pulled?
I didn't pull it.
Yes,
I
that's what
did.
I'm saying, yes.
Yes. My hope was that we were going to be able to kind of swap the two. in
Okay.
there. Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Okay.
So you can put that one up for
Okay,
a vote.
all right.
Motion to
so-
approve, second.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay, 070,
Yes. That's the appointment of Mr. Coyle to the planning board. I want to say that I think this is a giant mistake, okay? I don't know why this is being done. The council oversees the zoning board. If we wanted to appoint someone to the zoning board, I thoroughly understand. That's a body that we're overseeing. The planning board, we don't oversee. So why do we send the councilman there? He goes, he gives a report, he comes back here and reads it. It's all online. People can get all the information that they need. I just don't understand the whole concept of the planning board coming to this body.
Council President, I would like to have a different opinion on this. I think it's important to have someone there so we can actually have a conversation back and forth. And I think it'd be good to have a representation in the planning board. Just, I understand we can email and we can do, we can watch the videos, but I think having a representation from the council in that
Why
board.
not the zoning board also then?
We appoint the zonings. I think we have a pretty clear say.
Councilman, perhaps I can help both of you.
Please.
The municipal land use law authorizes the composition of the planning board. Class 1 member is the mayor or a designee. Class 2 member is a municipal appointment. Class 3 member is a council member. Class 4 are residents of the municipality. In order to fulfill the statutory obligation to have your planning board properly constituted, you need a council member representative.
All right, I just because we took the 18 minutes from the public. When we read the planning board stuff, that takes up 10 minutes. I don't know. Okay, listen, you can put that up for a vote.
Councilman Brescher, I can promise you that you won't hear much. I will yield my time to Councilman John Pointer if he wants it, but I will refer people to the videotape, and I will give them the www address as well.
Council President?
Yes,
I just want to, answer my council colleague's question here. It's important that the member of the council is attending the planning board meeting. So this body is also aware what is happening in the town as far as the project goes. And if there are any inputs, if you're hearing anything from residents, you can always reach out to the member of the planning board, the liaison from the council. And either you can voice the concern or at least advise something, not to influence his vote, but at least it helps us to communicate back and forth. And I, again, when Councilman Pointer, I did ask him question when he was presenting a report. Even though it was approved, because it was more important for me to go a little deeper to understand why that project was approved. Thank you, Council President.
Can I get a motion? Can I motion to approve now?
Motion to
Okay.
approve.
Second.
Second, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
Council President, thank you for the opportunity in nominating me to serve. It's been a while since I've been on the planning board. I certainly want to take a back seat for other members to be involved, and I'm thankful for the several that have stepped forward and taken the time out of their day to be there. And I know Mr. Shmuel can't wait to do this next year. I can see the look on his face right now, explaining to his wife why he's home late again another night. So thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, Godspeed. All right, we're on to oral petitions and remarks. Joyce?
Jerry Shep Freeman. I'm still kind of miffed because of the minutes and the taking away of the free speech, because the ineptitude and arrogance, throwing me out of a meeting, and another person, we never had props, we never said anything that was derogatory about the mayor, and throwing us out of the meeting, and sitting up there listening to yourself talk the whole evening back and forth, just talking about nonsense back and forth, back and forth. I was at these meetings since the 70s. I was at these meetings when people only made maybe $6,000, and they stayed here to 12 o'clock because they cared about what the residents said. That was their job, and that's what it was. And people that get paid almost $20,000 and say, I'll give you a couple of minutes to speak because I'm not really concerned, because if I was concerned, you would have your 6 minutes. And another thing I'm going to say too, happy Black History Month. And I just wanted to know about the mounting of lawsuits by Black individuals against this town. It's like horrendous. And if it would be possible, can I get the amount of lawsuits that have been against this town lately? It's like too much. Every time you turn around, there's another lawsuit going on here. And, you know, that adds up. All right? And there's another thing that I'm disappointed in. I remember coming to council meetings up until last year, coming to council meetings, the council people had their own mind. They didn't just say, I don't care, I'm just gonna vote because this is what I'm doing. Nobody's interested. They just know that what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna be a puppet, I'm just gonna answer. What I liked before with the other council people, prior to me coming to these meetings, was the people were able to, and I had respect for them, because they were able to talk back and forth. They were able, not during the course of the meeting. I recall going to a meeting, having 9,000 for a project, and I spoke up, and the council people said, well, how much more do you need? And they would give you the 25. They wasn't stuck like in a bubble. And then somebody had the nerve to say that if the people come to the council meetings, we'll know if they want to be on the Environmental Commission. For one, people that became council people, I've never seen them at council meetings. So why is it different rules for other people? All right, why is it different rules? And most of the time, you get a bunch of retired teachers here at the meeting, and you try to cut their time. Because you're arrogant, because you start stuff, because the only reason you guys started the mess, you guys started, that's how we got on Fox News. We got on Fox News because of the arrogance of you guys, okay? And that disgusts me, because I was always proud of my town. Maybe y'all didn't graduate here, but I did. And it just saddens me that you guys are so full of yourself that you think it's, you're just gonna get a couple of minutes and you better like it. Because we don't actually care what the public says. We got our own little program, our own little clique. We have no respect for anyone. And I'm very disgusted because I didn't think young people would be that closed-minded.
Anthony, come on.
Anthony Diamond, Wiley Ave. Real quick, just to echo Councilwoman just stated, you know, it's if some of you fought as hard to get certain people on the zoning board and so on and so forth, and you fought to maybe add 2 more minutes to the speaking time, things might be a little different. It's sad. The things you fight for, the things you're passionate about up there, what you go back and forth on, but the things you won't speak up on. It's just noticeable. I hope you guys get to watch this, you know, in replay and see how you guys, some of you, not all of you, some of you, how you sound. And it's terrible. I just want to comment on public safety really quick. We had in my neighborhood, Claire Barton, there was another incident, attempt to break in. I want to say, give a shout out to the PD because I'll just say this: they were extremely proactive in the days after, and I definitely appreciate it. I spoke to 2 of the individuals from the PD. I don't know if they caught the individuals or not, but they were definitely visible, and they've been visible, and we appreciate it. But it is a concern. I'd like to see, I'd like to see the numbers of patrol risen, more guys on the road. As the town, especially as the town continues to grow, and we've been saying this over and over again, coming to these meetings, talking about the same thing. There's only so much that they could do. So, but public safety, it just continues to grow. And I'll tell you, it continues to be a concern rather. The statistics, is there a way we could get any statistics on what the crime rates have been over from 2020 24 to over the previous 3 years? And if so, can it be broken down into different regions of the town? I don't know if there's statistics like that or if they're done. I'm just curious to know what those numbers are. I know a lot of people are, but what else do I have here? A suggestion too as well. On the crosswalk, Woodbridge Avenue and Amboy Avenue, there are, as the schools deal with, especially Hoover, with bus, Jackson Ave being a problem. One way to help with that is to encourage more people, more pedestrian walking for students. But if you live on my side of Amboy on Woodbridge Avenue on the Ford side, there's no crossing guard there. So you don't have a crossing guard crossing any kids. And there's a lot of kids, especially in the apartments, that go to school that way. And they're young kids. There's no crossing guard. But I can tell you the amount of children that live on the other side of Amboy, again, on the Ford side, they would walk to school. They would ride their bikes to school to Hoover if it was safer. And we should try to get crossing guards. I don't, to put a patrol officer there, to me, should be a very last resort to rely on it. So I wouldn't go that route. But if we have to pay more to get a crossing guard, then we should. But you have a lot more kids possibly walking and commuting to school than you would being driven to school. What else? 18 seconds. That's it. That's all I got. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Okay, Rob?
Council President,
Yes.
just to answer his question.
Oh, yes, yes.
Since this mayor came in from the Lanky administration, crime is up 70%. 70. Okay, from the Lanky administration. Same police officers, same force. Of course, I don't think I have seen 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I've been to a council meeting where we had 5 when Lanky was here. I also know Lanky didn't have a police detail. I also know Lanky had less people in the office. That's why we have all the vacant cars that when my friends came up on Sunday, they were laughing because we have patrol cars parked around town with snow over them. So they asked me what that was about. But yes, simply put, I can't tell you why it's up 70% in Edison when it's only up 20% in Metuchen or 25% in Woodbridge and all our neighboring towns. But for whatever reason, I have my assumptions, and it's because of our public safety director. That's the only answer I have for you.
Rob?
Rob Canto, 61 Meadow. Nobody up there should actually be able to look at everybody back here with a straight face and say the boards aren't politically connected. Come on. I mean, that is absolutely absurd. Every board has a political component. Do we get the best guy? We get the best guy that has a political affiliation. Come on. I mean, I'm a standing example of that. I mean, I'm not on the Historic Preservation Committee, but you can't find one applicant better than me other than probably Walt Stolschel. I mean, think about it. We could play the zoning board game. How about 3743? You know what ordinance that is? That's the fence ordinance. How about 3722? That's the zoning map. How about ordinance 3754? That's the historic preservation ordinance. I could go toe-to-toe with anybody up there. All right, so we'll just end it there. Every appointment in the history of Edison has a political component. So just get it out of the way. Just say it. Hey, you know what? You're a well-qualified individual, but you got to be on the side of the current administration. That's how it works. Anyway, that's not what I was here for today. You guys brought me up here for that, so you guys kind of brought me up here for that. What I was here for is the whole 4 minutes. I mean, this is ridiculous, reducing the speaking time to 4 minutes. I mean, I told you guys about this last time. Have you considered what the public might do for not putting this through? Have you considered what the opposition is going to do? How about if everybody here brings a friend for the next meeting? Brings 3 people. Then what? We're going to have a meeting now for a few extra hours, for a few extra minutes? I mean, I told you this last time with these amateur moves. You ban props, and the first thing everybody's thinking is, well, what the hell can I bring in here? I hate repeating myself, but what happens? I'm going to be standing here now, and I know for sure my wife really wants me to get home, right? But what are we going to do now? how about if everybody here brings a friend, or people bring in a whole crowd of people just because? I've actually emailed this to some of you. Why can't we just get the 6 minutes back? You know, I was the first public, I don't know how to put it, but you know, the first lesson I learned is, or a lesson my grandfather told me when I was here in the 90s with him, because the 80s we were over at the other place or in the back room, I don't remember, for council meetings. The first thing he told me is, you do not mess with the public. Never mess with the public. Don't reduce the public speaking time. Don't mess with the public. Don't tell them what they can do. They're here to yell at you. That's your job. You're here to listen to us yell at you. So I don't like any of this stuff when it comes to the public. What's 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 6 minutes? I mean, come on, guys. That's all I got. Oh, you can interview me for the zoning board if you want.
Okay. Mikey?
Council President, just a point of order because we're nearing 10 o'clock.
Oh, yes, we need a motion to extend to, what do we think, 10:30? All right, can I get a motion to extend at 10:30?
Motion to extend the meeting to till 10:30.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mikey?
Good evening, everyone. Great, thank you. Just want to talk about a couple things. First thing I want to say is the 4 people that banned props, banned flags, are the same people that voted no for the ordinance. And I knew that was clever design. I knew since 2 of the people were on vacation, they weren't going to be able, the mayor wouldn't be able to get his no votes, so they wouldn't have the majority. So I knew damn well that the same 4 people who banned the props and flags were going to do this. And it was all by design. Political maneuvering. Political staging is what it was. And it's despicable. You want to see how that plays out? You want to see how that plays out? How did that work out last time for you? But the same 4 of you want to see how this plays out? Oh, God, I got to catch my breath after saying that. It's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd. We want to move forward. We want to make progress. Since everybody keeps resorting to their own old ways, I mean, we have plenty of violations that still exist. You know, the mayor recently disabled his comments on Facebook, First Amendment violation. Councilman Nish Patel still has his Facebook with disabled comments. Now we have the weaponization against resources, against Christo. Continual violations, and I'm not going to stand for that. So since everybody keeps resorting to their old ways, I'm going to resort to my old ways. I'm going to sing you guys a song. And I got my forbidden props here. A couple months ago, these were forbidden. Same thing with the American flag here.
Not true.
I'm speaking, Joe. There once was a town I came to see. The name was Edison, New Jersey. The wind blew up, the flag fell down. You blow, my silly boys, blow. Soon then the other men come to expose your lies while we have fun. One day when the trouble is gone, we'll take our weed and go. Nish didn't know and he wasn't sure. He removed people right through that door for doing things that he didn't like. Oh boy, he lost that fight. Huh. Soon then the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. Before your shit show hit the water, it was mostly contained. Now it's spread farther. Banning costumes, props, and flags is where you stoop so low. Huh! Soon then, the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. No line was drawn, no man was free, and the mayor's mind was full of greed. And if you do not agree, then take your shit and go. Huh! Soon then the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. No line was drawn, no man was free, and the mayor's mind was full of greed. And if you do not agree, then take your shit and go. Huh! Soon then the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. The problem isn't understood at the core, so you're bound to fail at least twice more. The ones that voted, they were only 4. Now take your shit and go. Huh! Soon then, the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. You all should know that the fight's still on, the line's not drawn, nor the mayor gone. The other men, they will never stand down to any of you clowns. Soon then, the other men come to expose you guys while we have fun. One day when the trouble is done, we'll take our weed and go. Oh, I got a couple seconds left. What do you get when you have a brown chicken and a brown cow? Brown chicken, brown cow.
Thank you, Mikey. Yes, Lefty.
Here we go. Edward Lefty Grimes, sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 here in New Jersey, fighting for the rights of the disabled and cannabis patients' rights. The first thing I want to say is, I meant to say this for a couple of meetings now, that platform sucks. That platform is the most ableist thing I've seen in a long time, and I know it's an afterthought, but that platform there is exclusive. It keeps disabled people from being recognized. When people get on that platform, they want to be recognized. They want to be raised up. And that's what you're not doing here. You have a ramp there to get people up to the stage, but you don't have it for the people that are being raised up to be recognized. So you either need to put a ramp on that thing or get rid of it. It's ableist, and it's pretty par for the course of this town. I've seen this governing body has done to disabled people. The reason why there's a wheelchair here is because I want the 4 people that conspired against disabled vets for those 2 meetings to get in that wheelchair and go up the hill that you made disabled vets go up. The first person I'm going to ask is the township attorney. Now, you weren't here, but you're representing Coughlin's law firm. You're representing Burns. Now, Burns forced disabled people, sick, dying, and disabled people, to go up that half a mountain with no wheelchair access, no lights, and no railings. So I want you, because you're filling in for Burns, you get in that wheelchair and you go up that ramp. Will you do it?
Thank you, no.
I didn't think so. Patel, will you go up that ramp? No, why not? Because it's scary, it's dangerous. You might get killed going up that ramp. If you lose your grip, you're gonna go down that ramp backwards and maybe kill yourself. And that's what you did to disabled vets. And your BA, did you give Councilman Brescher the information that he asked for about the ADA compliance of your incline? No, you didn't. So you lied and you doubled down on your lie by saying you had it, and then you didn't have it, and you still don't have it. So you lied 3 times. 3 times. Disabled vets deserve better than that. The Taliban treats our vets better than you. I want you to go up in that wheelchair now. Will you get in that wheelchair and go up that incline? No, you won't. You'll just give me a dirty look. You're going to have your husband beat you up after the meeting?
Point of order. The questions have to go through the council president.
The questions?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, well, the BA needs to resign. She's incompetent. She's a liar. And there was a bunch of people that had to go here from the meeting. About a dozen people went here to her court case that she put against Christo because she lied and weaponized our government against Christo. 12 people who don't even know each other went to the court case because she lied. She's weaponizing the government against a man because he speaks his mind. That's disgusting. We are in a struggle not against blood and flesh, but against the authorities, against the dark forces in this world. And that is this governing body. 4 people on this governing body conspired against the sick, dying, and disabled vets, including the police chief who's not here now. Your police union. You have members of your police union that did this to disabled vets. You wouldn't have a police department if it wasn't for disabled vets fighting for your right to be ableist and ignorant. You got Genital Joshi in this town disrespecting our vets. You got the police union. You got the police union that endorsed Genital Joshi. And it wasn't even erection season when they did it, but now it is erection season, and I want you to erect a ramp out here. Erect a proper ramp for disabled vets. Can you do that? Absolutely disgusting. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm going to keep coming here with this wheelchair to one of you people go up that ramp with that wheelchair. I dare you to do it.
Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jeanette from Edison. I've been here a long time waiting, and I probably forgot half of my stuff. But I just want to have, I'll get some information on the tote center. What's the status on that? Is it going forward? Is it a standstill? I heard Mr. Brescher mention it, so that's why I'm bringing it up. Since it's been closed, they moved everything, and I mean everything, over to the center on, the senior center on Woodbridge Avenue. We are crowded over there. I'm a senior citizen. I go over there once a week, sometimes twice a week. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, on Tuesdays, on the second and the fourth Tuesday of every month, Claire Barton section is there. I mean, they have to go someplace too, but it is so crowded. Maybe the fire company should come over there. I think there might be some kind of too many people over there because we have no place to stay. Our club has been moved 3 times because of no room. I mean, come on over there and visit us sometimes between 11:30 and 2 o'clock. I mean, it's the poor girl that has to clean there has to set up tables, take down tables, put up more tables, put up chairs. I mean, it's like a 3-ring circus over there every day at between 11 o'clock and 11:30. And then she has to dismantle everything. I mean, we're really crowded. Take a time and come on over there. But my first question was, what's the status with tote center over there? I never see anybody working over there. At nighttime, it's lit up like a Christmas tree. Lights on the whole place. Maybe that's for safety, I don't know. But I've gone by there late at night and all the lights are on, but I don't see no cars or nobody working there.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sonia, can you update on the tote center?
So very recently, the water testing has been good. I will follow up with our project manager to see where we are and how far we can go with DEP approval. But my understanding is that the water testing is looking good.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask for more time, if that's possible. More than 4 minutes.
No, well, then we can't do that. I'm sorry.
All right. Figured I'd ask.
Okay.
So I have a speech right now, but I wanted to say a couple things. So I watched Mayor Sam Joshi's, whatever it was, and he called out everybody's name and praised them except for Patil and Brescher. I think the body, including you, Margot, is just a yes, sir kind of guy. I don't know how he's bribing you guys or what it is. Joe Coyle, are you getting paid more to be on this planning board? Is it, do you get any more money for that? I don't know. So anyways, I want to start by addressing the last meeting. I drove 2 hours to be here. I'm from Edison, but I drove here 2 hours because now I live in Egg Harbor Township, only to find that there was no quorum. That's completely unfair, and that's not just to me, but to everyone who takes the time and effort to attend these meetings, expecting transparency and accountability from our elected officials. Now, let's talk about why I'm here tonight. You might have noticed that I dressed up as Krista last meeting when it was canceled. I know Brescher did, and I know the Edison police did as well, because they were definitely eyeballing me with the mask, the chain, the Bud Hud hoodie, the sweatpants, and I actually had the camera and I had it all. But, so I dressed up as Christo, and the reason I did that is because he's not allowed to come here. He's not allowed to come to these meetings or the police station because of Sonia's lies. And I'm sure she's jotting down things that she's gonna put in her Cortez. They said this, he said that. But if you don't believe me, well, let's see. Yeah, because Sonia's lies. And if you don't believe me, you can check out the video on South Jersey News. Christo never threatened Sonia. He never charged at her in a violent way. Yet there's a VASPA order keeping him away. Based on pure deception. If anything, Sonia is the one who made a threat. And I've seen the report. Quite frankly, it's a crock of lies. I'm actually going to play you a small clip, if I can, if it goes through. Let's see if it goes through.
Thank you. I was going to go around, but you don't have to be a bitch about it.
Would you like my husband to come here and talk to me? Because we can do that too.
Okay, threaten me for the whole world
Can you
to see.
stop his
Thank you.
time? Vinny, this is not
You
appropriate
stop my
to play.
time? Is my time stop?
No, we stopped your time.
Okay,
Yeah. It's not appropriate for you to be playing this in here right now. This is,
Well, I felt that it was completely fair to play that because that is why Christo loves this town. All right, he loves this town, and he can't be here or the police station.
you're starting him. Go ahead.
He can't come here or to the police station. What if he needed to file a report? He can't even come. It's definitely. I can play more. Would I be kicked out? Would that be not allowed?
It's just not appropriate. This
Okay.
is a.
So once again, the administration has defies the plan to stop Christo from attending. But let me make one thing clear: the people are tired of your games. All right. What is it about Christo and the administration fears so much? Is it the fact that he exposes the truth and brings corruption to light? Because it seems like that's the real issue here. Yeah. We're going to keep coming back. We want our 6 minutes. We have things to say. I can continue on with legitimate things, but I'm limited here. I mean, we drive from far. We're from here. We live nearby. We are the people. We want to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Okay. Do we motion to close?
We got one more.
We do. Okay.
Hi, Russ Del Conte, 960 New Dover Road. First, I'd like to commend the Department of Public Works for their snow removal efforts these past couple of weeks. We've been hit with a couple snowstorms. I've seen them come out and pre-salt some of the roads, do some some pretty good plowing. But a couple of points that might make it a little bit better is on the corners where all the handicap accessible access points are. You're probably familiar with them, those red squares that are right on the corner by the slanted ramps that someone in a wheelchair has to use to be able to get up off the curb, up off the street, up onto the sidewalk through, instead of going over the curb. There's a lot of the plows are actually blocking those access points. When they come in with the plow, they're clearing it across on an angle and actually push, even with only a 3-inch high amount of snow falling, they'll push about a foot or more of snow into a mound right up onto those ramps. And wheelchair or not, you can't even get onto the sidewalk from the crosswalk. I'm a crossing guard in town. I bring a shovel with me to my crosswalk to clear those ramps so that the kids can cross. But wherever I go around town, you see it. Guys, you're driving all over town. When you drive home tonight, it's been days since the last snowstorm. Look at those intersections. You're going to see the mounds of snow that are piled up at the crosswalks. There was a crossing guard recently that quit. She quit her position because she asked a church to have their contractor who plows the driveways and shovels the sidewalk to clear that little corner. And the priest of all people came out and said, well, that's not my job. Well, realistically, it is his job. It's their responsibility as the the owner of that property that has that easement, that be cleared. And she ended up getting so frustrated over it, she just quit her job. And somebody made mention today that we could use more crossing guards in the south end of town at a couple points. If there's a need for a crossing guard, call Lieutenant Turner, call Sergeant Winters, ask to see if a crossing guard could be put in those spots. I don't know if it's a shortage of manpower or not, but from what I understand, we're not short on manpower as we were a couple years ago when I hired on. That being said, again, the township did a pretty good job of clearing the roads. Councilman Brescher, as far as the traffic light over on Inman Avenue at Inman and Tingley and Raritan, it may or may not be necessary. We really need that traffic study to determine it. But I've lived in this town since 1960, and I've seen New Dover Road and Wood Avenue go from a stop sign to a four-way traffic lane. And Grove Avenue never had a traffic light. It was a stop sign. Inman Avenue and Grove didn't have a traffic light. All those traffic lights that are up and down Inman Avenue, they weren't there. Do we need a traffic light at Tingley and Broadway? Maybe, maybe not, but a traffic study will help determine that. And to your point, put a little bit of common sense into it. Because I personally don't want to see Edison, the city of light, be lit up by traffic lights. But if we need one, we need one. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sonia, can we appeal to Public Works about the situation with the handicap crosswalks and not, that would really be important. Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Motion to close? Yeah, motion to close public portion?
Motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay. All right, we don't, until this, until.
Council President?
Yes.
You want to extend the meeting?
Oh, yes, we should. What should we say at this point? 10:45?
10:30. 10:30.
I'm going to say 10:45. I'm going to say 10:45. Can we get a motion to extend to 10:45?
Motion to extend the meeting till 10:45.
Okay, second?
Second.
Thank you. All right. So until just a few moments ago, we did not have a council member to the planning board. And so we'll move on to reports from council committees. I'll start with you, Councilman Brescher.
I'll go first.
No, I was going to say the only ones we have is we have the Veterans Committee that they're going to meet with the administration to go over like a timetable and a schedule. I think that's set up. The other one was
Library board, didn't you?
Yes, library board, of which they have a couple new members now. The only odd thing that happened at the library board meeting, I'm going to say, is there was an attorney who had a contract extension, I guess for a year or 2 years. And the new library board that came in got rid of him and then had another attorney sitting in the audience. So, listen, I mean, we all know when we talked about politics before, right? People are put on these boards because of politics. The last time that Sam Joshi did stuff with the library, it cost us $1 million in a settlement when they fired someone. And now we got rid of an attorney over there under his direction is what I'm going to say. But hey, listen, he runs the library board, he runs this council, planning, zoning. So he gets credit for everything, and he also has to take the hit for it. But that was really the big thing that kind of happened,
Was it mostly just reorg, or was there any actual business conducted?
It was really kind of the reorg. I did ask Lou's firm to get me some information on, because there was some question about how they handle insurances and stuff, but I think he sent it over. I didn't get to look at it. Because there's always been a question, is the township charging them the fair rate? And, overall, I'll tell you what, I'll look at it, and if it's the fair rate, it's going to be the fair rate. If it's not, I'm going to speak to, I guess, Sonia about it, and Alan at the library. But that was kind of the gist of it. I mean, it was the whole getting rid of one attorney for another, really.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coyle?
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to keep it brief, but if you would allow me to just speak for just a few minutes on DPW, I did want to say Well, yeah, I want to say farewell to our former director, Ray Porio, who accomplished a lot. He's certainly not the first person I got along with. I think some people would agree on the council. There are many times I bumped heads with Ray Porio as director, but under his leadership for, say, 5+ years, we accomplished a lot. I mean, let's not forget that we certainly funded some great projects through the mayor's office and this council and administration, but just a few things, when getting a DPW director, I mean, it was a lot more than I ever thought that job
Councilman
would be.
Coyle, I'm sorry, we're talking about
Committee, it's
reports from committees.
My committee,
Oh, it is, okay, I'm
PD
sorry.
Parks.
Sorry,
I'm at 54 seconds.
okay.
I mean, I'm looking forward to when we do fulfill that position, because it is a long list of accomplishments and qualifications you need to have. And I just want to say, for Parks Committee liaison, we did 850 trees. We helped Building and Grounds, the Minnieville Center, the Senior Center, the Shamrock Building, Recycling Center, police bathrooms. Have you taken a look at our police bathrooms here? Unbelievable. You think you're at a hotel. Here, their locker rooms improved, area for women in police department, the cricket fields, tennis courts, animal shelter, splash park, assistance with turf fields, tennis courts, pickleball fields, beautification projects, and I'll keep it there at 2 minutes. I just want to say farewell and goodbye. I'm happy we got along at the end, and I'm looking forward to our next DPW director. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Pointer's not here. Councilman Patel?
None for me.
Okay, Councilman Patil?
None at this time.
Okay, Councilman Shmuel?
None at this time.
Okay. For myself, just, you have the Cultural Arts Commission. This was from the meeting of January 14th. We did the reorganization, and it's still Tony Macero is the chair, vice chair is Lois Tarr, secretary is Christine Buchan. March is going to be the Women's Month at the gallery. There's some grant awards to the Asphalt Arts Initiative. We're looking to do 50/50 fundraiser. We're looking to do a tricky tray. The Jazz Festival, which we had partnered with Middlesex County, apparently we're not going to be doing that anymore. The mayor feels that the town can do a better job on their own, and so we're looking to do something in maybe August or sometime in September. So we're going to be doing that on our own. Finally, the animal shelter, very brief report on that. The January report, currently in the shelter, 11 dogs, 19 cats. The adoptions in January 2025 were 7 dogs and 7 cats. And that is my report. Councilman Pointer, did you have any committee reports?
I don't. Thank you, Council
Okay,
President.
all right. Points of light. I want to wish everybody a happy Lunar New Year, happy Valentine's Day. Any other points of light?
Council President?
Yes.
As was mentioned before, it's Black History Month, so I just
Yes.
wanted to recognize the month of February.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, any other points of light?
Council President?
Yes.
We didn't acknowledge, because of different meetings were tight, we didn't acknowledge the death of our president, Jimmy Carter. I just wanted to mention that. We were busy between 2 meetings, and we missed a meeting. And sad, lived a long life. I'm only hoping to live to be 85, because I know Rich wants me to certainly poke him around for the next 30 years. But he lived a long life, and farewell to President Jimmy Carter.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Okay. Moving on to number 25, communications. We need a motion to accept and a second.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Discussion items, I'm going to go from the other side. I'm going to go Councilman Patil, discussion items. No, Councilman Shmuel did not have any listed.
I'll be looking at the time. I'll be quick. I'll skip, a few of those. But first one, Grove Avenue and Colwood. This was in month of December. I heard there was a traffic study. We have the bids, everything. Sonia, do we know where we stand?
I will follow up on that.
Okay. Glendale property, where we stand? I know there is a litigation, but anything beyond that, or that's the status quo on Glendale property?
With regard to litigation, I'd turn to our counselor. As far as the property itself, nothing is being done at this moment.
I'll skip public safety because we don't have chief here. Status of various projects. The first one, Toth Center. Where we stand? At this time, it is standstill, or we are planning to resume shortly?
As I previously mentioned, I think the resident had asked, with regard to Toth Center, we've been getting good news that it looks like the water testing is, the levels are going in the positive direction, so we are hopeful that construction will commence soon, but I will get you a more timely timeline.
Soon could be, I don't know, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, if you can help me to understand. The next one is Jet Sports Complex. We already heard it's another 6 to 8 months. That's a target. Stelton Community Center. How far we are in the, what is the progress on Stelton Community Center, Sonia?
I believe we were doing a environmental study, so I'll have to follow up with our project manager and engineer where we stand with the environmental study.
Okay, so we have the project manager for Stelton Community?
Our town engineer, Brian, who was here earlier, is leading the charge.
Perfect. Some of the things I would cover, like resident complaint, I will not take I will take only a few minutes here. Stelton, Plainfield intersection, New Brunswick, Stelton, Plainfield, that intersection. What is coming up there on that lot next to the cricket field? I see big machineries there. Is the warehouse coming or anything that's happening?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Anyone probably from the planning board might be aware. If not, then thank you, Council President. The rest I'm going to cover state of the town. I'm going to rewind what Mayor said. But question to attorney before I move forward. Attorney, my question is, if an elected official gives the misinformation under the oath, what is the penalty? This question is to attorney, if you're listening.
I'm sorry.
So if an elected official gives incorrect information under the oath, I'm not using the word lie, but incorrect, what is the penalty? Is that classified as a perjury or what happens?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I don't understand the question. Could you try one more time for me, please?
Elected official, under the oath, it gives wrong information or give the falsified information or lie under the oath, what is the consequences? What can happen?
Well, it depends on what the alleged improper statement is and whether it amounts to a libel or a slander, or if it's under oath, if it amounts to perjury. It's such a broad question that I really can't answer it.
Okay. What happens if it is not under the oath, but in public forum, if an elected official lies?
It's the same issue, sir. You're asking me a general question and then asking for a specific answer. And you just can't, well, if you ask me the question, you have to let me answer, please. And you just can't do it that way. You can't just say, if someone lies, what's the punishment, without knowing the context, what the lie is, whether it was under oath, whether it's defamation, either libel or slander. So I'd love to be able to speak with you more specifically to answer your questions, but you can't just ask me a general question and seek a specific answer.
No,
Doesn't
on the
work that way.
record, on the record, I wanted to ask if an elected official gives the falsified information or lies under the oath, what are the consequences? But you're looking for what that context is, and then based on that, you can advise what action needs to happen. Again, I'll wait, but I will have the personal conversation with you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Patel?
I just wanted to follow up on the economic developer and any further progress on the redevelopment agency. Sonia?
I don't have an update at this time.
Okay, and I'm not going to be talking about the other two topics as I am not ready at this point for those. Thank you.
Councilman Pointer?
Thank you, Council President. Just a request to the administration. I had asked for department feedback on a potential ordinance. If I could get that by the next meeting, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Coyle?
Council President, I just wanted to, of course, get a quick update on the economic development person. I know we discussed it a few times, and I know the process is taking time, but I haven't gotten an answer yet whether we would use some of those funds to do some marketing or to promote Edison. If we had an economic developer, they would be probably doing a few things a consulting can do. And last year, we had about 125 set aside. Now this year, I'm assuming we carried over or have still some money for that job. So is there an update on the communication of if we can use some of those funds to hire a consultant?
We don't have an adopted budget or introduced budget. We hope to have that fairly soon. But with regard to the position, as I said, I don't have an update. However, I would contact the mayor with regard to that position and what is the vision for that position.
And the money from last year that just got pushed into our budget for the end of the year, that line item got moved into general funds?
Again, we don't have an adopted budget, so I can't tell you whether it is or isn't.
Okay, I'm going to yield extra questions on that. Council President, when Councilman Brescher talked about affordable housing, of course, I know several people on this dais support affordable housing. When and if a committee does come together, I certainly want to know what the forecast of what the town can do and how we can start discussing projects that may be coming forward rather than to be, pushed into a corner. Hopefully, we can make do and work with an investor to see an opportunity come together that would be something fitting for the community and not as impactful, but necessary to fulfill the obligation. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, I'll try and arrange a conference call with you and Councilman Brescher this
Okay.
week, okay?
I believe we are going to get hit with a baseball bat, and they're going to get what they want because they're going to go to court. And I think there's a possibility through counselor or that we can possibly negotiate to see if they would give us something that would fit the community. A builder's going to give us stacked condos. It's going to look like an apartment complex where maybe we can sit down and discuss something that would have a architectural look for the community. It's coming our way, whether you like it or not. The building and development is coming our way, and affordable housing is going to happen. And it's only 20% of what they build. So if they build 100, we get 20 units. They build 200, we get 40. So we need 300, we get 60. That's just 60 of the 700 plus we need to fulfill. However you want to look at that, say it's only 300, we still have a lot of developments to get to 300. So we are fools not to get ahead of this. I hope we can. I've seen it happen. I'm here for 10 years now. Councilman Patil can definitely speak on that. And it's been historical. Investors are very savvy, and they're waiting with bated breath to do what they need to do for themselves. It's their property they sat on for decades. So I hope we can have an opportunity to work together. Thank you.
Councilman Brescher, can you clock in under 8 minutes, or do we need to ask for another extension?
Hold on, I will be,
Probably not.
Okay, want another extension? All right.
no, 10:45.
I don't know, 10 more minutes or so.
Well, let's just, I'm just going to say an extension to, can we get a motion to extend to 11?
Motion to extend the meeting till 11 p.m.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay.
Council comments.
All right. All right, go ahead, Councilman Brescher.
All right, a fire alarm. I didn't receive an update on it. Now, I've asked, I need an update. Now, whether it's an update telling me that there's 300 smoke heads and only one works, or, it's been tested and we're still working on 20 of them, some kind of update from the contractor or whatever someone's doing, if I can just get that.
As you know, or may have observed, we are currently working on the system. You would like to know
The
where we
status.
are in terms of completion?
Yes, right, whether they're in, the panel's in, the smoke heads are in, whatever it is, whatever the status, I need an update. Just can't keep on getting, nothing with that one. The whistleblower thing I had, that just had to go with the mayor looking to seal documents for the Glendale property. That is so that he doesn't look bad politically, is what I read, of which I think he owes the taxpayers back the funds that our attorney's going to bill for that, by the way, just like he did for the police that he took to Chicago. Crime is a crime. Park improvements. Now here's a classic one. My council colleague next to me told me about how great the DPW director has been doing. Everything's looking great. He said, we took care of Shamrock's Field. I haven't been down there in about 3 weeks, but I'm going to go down there tomorrow morning and explain the great work that Councilman Coyle says Shamrock Field looks like tomorrow when I'm videotaping that live. Because something tells me it didn't change. So I don't know why he said Shamrocks, but park improvements. Now here I'm going to give you a heads up. See, everybody says that I just try and beat up the mayor. What I say is that the mayor is not in touch with the public. He has no clue what the public wants. We went through that with Jackson Avenue, where I went down and out of 30 residents, only 2 wanted to see it made wider, right? So we did. We stopped that at that point. But the problem is the mayor and the administration don't communicate with the public. Biggest problem you have here, which makes it a disaster. It has to be his grandiose vision type of thing. Some kind of egomaniac or something. But anyway, you're doing a park here, from what I understand, by Durham Avenue. I think it's called Edison Park. You familiar with that? By Durham Avenue? In the back there. It backs up to the Peter J. Barnes Preserve.
Oh, on Durham, okay.
Right. So a resident wrote, and they said that they feel that the improvements there are excessive. So I asked, what do you mean by excessive? And what they were looking for was like a park improvement, I guess like a basketball court maybe, maybe a tennis court. But they don't want to see 5 basketball courts. They don't want to see 7 pickleball courts. They're not looking for their neighborhood park to be the destination from where people from all around us go there to go play in their neighborhood. And they said no one reached out to them, from the mayor or the administration, and they're just saying that they're going to do all this stuff to their park, and they're not looking for this. So can I get a plan for that park on what you guys plan on doing? And then I'll go meet with the residents and, go through it.
Are you referring to Hale Park, or which park are you referring
Could be.
to?
It's on Durham Avenue, backs up to the Peter J. Barnes Preserve. So if you're going down Durham Avenue, you make a right. Yeah, I guess maybe by Hale. Yeah.
No, I'm afraid not. No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can I get
It's Hale Park.
information on that? Okay. Yeah, it's Hale Park then. So can I just get a drawing for what you guys are planning on doing? All right. The other stuff I'm going to skip because I have to read this. I received a distressing email that I have to go on the record now and talk about.
Point of order, just to the council president. This is just in fairness that Mr. Brescher, just if it involves a lawsuit or some issue, we should not discuss that because of legal issues. But
Listen,
if you choose,
I can.
listen, I'm just
talk about
mentioning.
whatever I want. I don't need legal advice from Mr.
I'm not asking. I'm not giving
Councilman
legal
Coyle,
advice.
Councilman Coyle, we've got the safeguards here for that. So go ahead, Councilman Brescher.
Ooh, love this one. Okay. I'm writing to express serious concerns regarding recent legal advice and the content of an email I received from your department. The email contains several troubling aspects. Defamatory. The email's accusations that I or other council members orchestrated the influx of individuals from outside of Edison are entirely false and defamatory. These statements appear designed to shift blame from the township's legal team to their own missteps, which directly contributed to the current situation. For 3 years now, the township has wasted thousands of dollars. The council has spent hundreds and hundreds to circumvent the Constitution. These actions have brought national attention, brought disgrace to Edison and to the Democratic Party, created a hostile working environment for employees and elected officials, all due to bad legal advice, in my opinion. I am not really sure if the email was meant to try and intimidate an elected official into changing their votes on the constitutional issues with a comment about yourself to potential claims, including personal damages, which are not covered by the township insurance. So in essence, I was told that I would not be covered. This statement seems to try and intimidate an elected official, and I take great offense in it. If I could be provided a neutral legal source, I may feel more comfortable in adjusting my view. The legal opinions presented at times throughout the last 3 years seem skewed, the lack of neutrality expected from the Township Legal Counsel. This contrasts sharply with the balanced guidance provided by our previous attorney, Bill Northgrave. So we must ask, what has changed? We have 3 new council people, we have a new mayor, and we have a new legal counsel. Let's ask the public where they believe the new destructive meetings originated from. Which of the 3 questionable actions over 3 years by legal? I am deeply troubled by the redactions of a veterans report to the council members. And then there was a decision to allow the closing on a property now subject to litigation. Additionally, the handling of the housing ordinance has resulted in avoidable legal challenges. Misrepresentation of joint insurance fund recommendations. I asked you to confer with the joint insurance fund. Your firm modified it. Your firm misrepresented the joint insurance fund's recommendations regarding meeting decorum. Specifically, the ban on the flag as props originated from your firm, a decision that has drawn national attention and fueled public dissent, creating the environment that we are living in, again, created by your firm. Edison became famous for all the wrong reasons. It made Democrats look like we're out of touch with the electorate. The constitutional rights and responsibilities. As an elected official, I am bound by oath to uphold the Constitution, including the First Amendment's protection of free speech, which I agree that offensive language directed at employees is unacceptable in my mind. I firmly believe that public officials must tolerate robust criticism, even if expressed through bad words. The law recognizes this distinction, and I am particularly concerned by your firm's attempt to curtail constitutionally protected free speech during public meetings. The legal team seems to hang their hat on a case that has been challenged now and will likely be reversed. And I'd like to pass these down for each of the council people to have, and if somebody doesn't want theirs, if we can give it to our counselor for him to have. The legal seems to hang their case on why has the council not been aware that these challenges to this case are happening now. I'm requesting independent counsel. In light of these concerns, I request the following: independent legal counsel. I requested access to an independent, constitutionally focused attorney to provide unbiased legal advice to council members. This will ensure that our decisions are guided by a neutral perspective and protected the interest of the township, its employees, and the residents. Individual choice of counsel given the potential for personal liability. I believe each council member should have the option to select their own legal representation. This will allow us to seek counsel aligned with our individual understanding of the law and our responsibilities as elected officials. Over the years, I've disagreed with legal about many issues. I was dismissed by the attorneys and not supported by my colleagues. The results now speak for themselves. I urge legal to reconsider their current approach to legal representation and prioritizing the protection of the constitutional rights. The current environment is detrimental to the effective governance of the township and undermines the public's trust. I trust that you will address these concerns promptly and take the necessary actions to restore confidence in the township and our legal counsel. Thank you. And on that, I will end my
Okay,
time.
okay. Can we get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. This council is adjourned at 10:48 and 34 seconds PM.